This world, as we know it, is changing faster than ever before, causing glaciers, an important source of our fresh water, to melt away, and catastrophic flooding, and droughts, and wildfires, and billions of dollars of damage. It's not just quantity. The quality of our water is also under threat. Algae taking over our lakes, mining waste ponds leaking into groundwater, boil water advisories across the continent. So how do we face unprecedented challenges crossing borders and affecting every aspect of life? We use the best of science across many disciplines to forecast what the future holds, developing improved models to predict seasonal water flows and disasters, and to assess risks to water quality and human health, building the tools the world needs to manage water risks and protect people, communities, and economies. We're working with the public to translate our discoveries into helpful, made-to-measure solutions.
The North is one of the most rapidly changing places on the planet. Warming is happening in the North 2 to 3 times faster than the global average. There's a great urgency to understand these changes, predict these changes, and help develop solutions.
Canada's boreal is the largest biome we have in Canada. It's more people are working, playing, and living in the boreal, and it's an important part of Canada's economy. When we look at recent disasters such as the Slave Lake wildfire, in particular the Fort McMurray wildfire, where 80,000 people were evacuated and 2,500 homes were destroyed, we really have to consider how we're going to create a more resilient interface between the wildland, which has floods, changing forests and fire, and protecting humans and resources.
Maybe looking at the way in which our people have accumulated knowledge of our environment over 1,000 years might help shape science. And water is the air, water is clouds, water is our bodies, and so we have a very different orientation towards water.
I lead this Global Water Futures project called Mountain Water Futures, and the goal of our research in this program is to improve water security for the mountain regions of Western Canada and hopefully around the world. I think what our research is trying to do is similar to all Global Water Futures projects, is just improve Canada's ability to steward their water and know what it's going to be like for future generations.
We're making tough choices simpler.
The overall goal of Lake Futures is to deliver risk management solutions for Great Lakes and their watersheds. How different management options within the lakes and within their watersheds can be used to improve our water quality without impacting economic growth.
Maintaining food security is a wicked problem. What we're really trying to understand is how climate and then landscape attributes, but also human decision-making, how these all interact to influence water quantity and water quality, both now and in the future.
We are working towards the development of technologies, innovative new technologies to improve our measurement and monitoring of Canada's water resources in the face of climate change.
We're diagnosing and predicting change in cold regions.
This environment's changing dramatically. This glacier over the last 3 years has been melting faster than ever recorded, and we've already had 2.5 meters of ice melt this year.
How we manage our land and wastewater directly affects our drinking water. We're using data mining and artificial intelligence to help water treatment plants purify our water.
We have hundreds of partners like Environment, Climate Change Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Agriculture Canada, but also the provincial agencies and some of the communities. Global Water Futures has simply tapped into this tremendous talent that's across the country. So it was the right place and the right time, and we're doing it.
Global Water Futures. We're working together to prepare for the future of our water.
Morning, everybody. Happy World Water Day. It's my pleasure to welcome you both in person here in Ottawa and online across the country to this event organized by the Water Security for Canadians initiative. My name is Richard Farthing-Nickel, and I'll be your MC this morning. Before I go any further, I'd like us to take a moment to acknowledge the land we're convening on this morning. We're at the Chateau Laurier here in Ottawa, which is built on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. And today our discussions will focus on the stewardship of lands and waters across Turtle Island, across the territories of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. So beyond just acknowledging these territories, it's also important for us to commit ourselves to taking action to advance reconciliation and nation-to-nation relationships. And I hope, and I think this is true, that our discussions today will continue to move us along this path. It's now my honor to invite Elder Claudette Commanda to open up this event in a good way with a blessing. Elder Commanda is an Algonquin Anishinaabe from Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe First Nation and the Executive Director of the First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centers. To express our deep appreciation for her blessing, I'd like to provide this gift of tobacco. Elder Commanda.
Silence in the court. Good morning. Kwe Sheba. Kwe Sheba. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Disons tous ensemble.
Please. I walked in here this morning and it was so much good energy. So let us keep that good energy. Lift that good energy. It's so important. And I'm sure you can all agree that after 2 years, it's so nice to be back together, right? So let this be a good morning. I say to you in my language, Kwe Sheba Nichkiwe Doga Shisha Nishna Beg Kwe Sheba. Pijaje Koma Anishna Beyeki O Mama Wenenewag. Kanimich Kijigun Kinune Dishnakaz Kitagan Zibi Donjaban. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue au territoire.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ancestral territory of the Algonquin Nation. My name is Claudette Commanda, and I am a member of the Algonquin Nation. And as usual, I'm always very proud and happy to say welcome words and also some blessing.
To welcome beautiful people into the homeland of my ancestors. So I welcome each and every one of you beautiful people to this unsurrendered, this unceded homeland of the Algonquin people. The homeland that the Creator has trusted unto us since time immemorial. And we must ensure that this homeland will be here forevermore for our children today and tomorrow. So good morning. It's so nice to see familiar faces and to meet new faces. It's always a pleasure. When we come together in a circle, even when we are strangers, we have formed a connection. And that connection will continue to grow. Today is World Water Day. You're celebrating. You're meeting to speak about this. The crises, the climate crises, and how it is impacting water. But we know that every day is Water Day, every day. And if I may, before I go into a prayer to bless your meeting, I share with you this teaching about water. Water was the first creation, the very first creation. Mother Earth, she was water. Fully water at one time. And the land came from that water. And where is the first place that each and every one of us in this room and beyond are all human beings? Where is the first place of creation that we come from? Where we were housed for 9 months in the water of our mothers. And our mothers water helped to bring us into this world. And when we look at Mother Earth, her water, that is the blood of Mother Earth. She brings forth life. And we are all connected through water. It doesn't matter our color, our creed, the title. It doesn't matter where we come from. We are all connected through water. We are all connected in that human family, in that great circle, which we call that medicine wheel. The Creator blessed each and every one of us with a gift of life, with roles and responsibilities, with knowledge of medicine, with knowledge of responsibility. And we are to share, celebrate those differences, share our knowledges with one another, learn from one another, stand together, walk together, pray together, rejoice together, and at times cry together. And I can say that the last 2 years, each and every one of us, we've been impacted by the pandemic. It's been hard, right? It's been hard. Needing to understand patience, crying, rejoicing, but being strong and resilient, just like the flow of water, strong and resilient. Water is so important. Without water, nothing lives. Human beings need water. Animals need water. Some plants need water. Mother Earth provides for us each and every day, and that is so beautiful. I thank you for giving me these moments to share this teaching of water. And I commend each and every one of you for the good work that you are doing on water. Raise that awareness, the importance of water. Raise that awareness how we have to respect the earth, our mother, that first mother who created all. The recognition that our Mother Earth has rights. Let us keep the waters clean. And let us fully understand how critical this is, this climate change, and how it is impacting the waters, right? You saw a few moments ago that video and the melting of the ice. And most people will say, well, yeah, ice melts. Well, yeah, sure it does. But when certain elements of life change, then we as human beings need to be conscious of those changes. And we need to take a step back and say, what are we doing? Why is this happening? What can we do? Because at the end of the day, my friends, it impacts our children today and our children tomorrow. In our Anishinaabe belief, it is said, we borrow the land from our children. We must ensure our children will always have their birthright to walk upon Mother Earth. And that's all children. And that is why when we say the 7 generations yet to come, because we know those children will come. And they need to have all those blessings that the Creator has given us in purity. Mother Earth, the water, all the water life, the plant life, the medicine life, the trees, the animals, everything is so important for our children in the same way that it has been important for us. And we will continue to work together to ensure that we uphold our responsibility to our children. So Chimigwech for listening to this teaching. And now I ask that we come together with that one mind, one heart, and one spirit as we give honor and thanks to the great mystery, the one who's created all. And I ask that you give your words of appreciation or your words of prayer in the way you believe, in the way you were taught, and what's comfortable for you. And even if you have no belief in religion, just say thank you. Just say thank you for being here today. because we are all blessed with a spirit. That water has a spirit. It has life. Mother Earth is a spirit. Everything that the Creator has created has spirit. So a simple chimigwej or merci beaucoup or thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Is certainly appreciated. Even if it's a thank you to your colleague that is sitting beside you or a family member. But let's come together with that good mind and let us begin World Water Day in a good way. And may your conference and the work you do is blessed with strength, wisdom, knowledge. Or we are going to stand on that foundation of respect, ni bakawin. We're going to stand on that foundation of zagiedwin, of love. And we're going to stand on that foundation of kindness. And I begin by humbling myself before my ancestors. Ni jenwen dagnag o mama wenenewag chimigwej, ni jenwen dagnag chimigwej. Gishiminado. Kichimigwej onje nogum, kichimigwej onje kakina, chimigwej. Ni buksendam gishiminado, ni buksendam onje kakina, mashkawizewin. Zagi edwin, minopamadzwin. Ni buksendam gishiminado onje, nongoma shishwabang onje kakina, mashkawizewin, widoko wadodwin, migwej. Anabagis, kokamisag, anabagis mishomsag das again. Creator, gishiminado, we come together in this circle as brothers and sisters. We put our heart, our spirit, and our voice as one, and we say thank you for all of your blessings. Creator, with that one heart, one spirit, and one voice, we give honor and thanks to that first mother who's provided for all of us, from that water life, the plant life, the animal life, the medicine life, the tree life, all that is above and all that is below. And we say, Chimigwej Jojoaki. We thank our Mother, the Earth. We put our spirit, our heart, and our voice together as one Creator, and we acknowledge that first grandfather who blesses us each and every morning. He shines his light upon us and fills our day with warmth, and we say, Chimigwej Mishomis Kizis. We thank our grandfather, the sun. Gishiminado, we put our hearts, our spirit, and our voice together as one, as we give honor and thanks to that first grandmother that you created, that she shines her light in the nighttime so we may see our sister, the stars. And we know our grandmother, she helps our Mother Earth with that flow of water. And she helps with the birth of the children. And we say, Chimigwej Kokomis Depegizis. And we thank our grandmother, the moon. Creator, it is my prayer for all who are here. Nin, Emiyawin, Onje Kakina, and Nabagis, we doko dodowin. Creator, bless them with strength, Mashkawiziwin. Bless them, Creator, with that wisdom and that knowledge and the help that they need to continue doing this good work, to raise the awareness, Nebishan, to raise the awareness of water, the power of water, the beauty of water, and the life of water. For indeed we know and we understand the importance of this lifeline. And we thank you, Creator, for blessing our Mother, the Earth, with that gift of water, Nibishan. Chimigwej gishiminado, migwej onje, kiniwin emiyawin, migwej gishiminado onje. Niniwin emiyawin. Anabagis niwichkiwe dug, nibuksendam mashkawiziwin, nibuksendam zagiediwin, yangwamazin nigawabmin. I wish you well in the work that you are doing with strength, wisdom, and knowledge, And as my grandfather, the late William Commanda, said, and I know many of you in this room have met my grandfather, and thank you, Elizabeth, for honoring him. He always said that this country has so much to learn. And the healing of this country of Canada and Canadians and Indigenous peoples must be on the foundation of Indigenous knowledge. For we show that love to our ancestors, to our relatives, to one another as brothers and sisters, and we are at a critical time. And today, I see the energy and the goodness that's in this room. And as my grandfather said, together, we hold hands in that peace and friendship. And we will walk this path of healing. We will walk the path of healing in kindness and respect and love. And for indeed we do so, and we uphold that responsibility that the Creator has entrusted unto each and every human being. And that is to show respect and live in balance and harmony with earth, with all of creation, and with one another. So thank you, my friends. Keep up the good work. Take good care. And I want to thank you for your protocol, respect of the Algonquin people, and acknowledging the land of the Algonquin people, inviting me in here to share my wisdom and knowledge, to give you good blessings, always good blessings, and share who I am. And thank you for the passing of tobacco, which will carry all our prayers and all our thank yous and all of our goodness that we have. So take good care, mes amis. There's no word for goodbye, but what we do say to one another is, what I say to you is, until we see each other again, God bless, and let's enjoy this day and enjoy that good cup of coffee and learn from one another. Miigwech, thank you. Thank you.
Miigwech, Elder Commanda, for your blessing, your teachings, and opening up the day in such a good way. Before we get deeper into the discussions, I'd like to thank all of the people and organizations who put together this event. The event is organized by the Water Security for Canadians Initiative, which is a partnership of water organizations from right across the country. Those organizations include the Global Water Futures Program out of the University of Saskatchewan, the Forum for Leadership on Water, the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources, the Polis Water Sustainability Project out of the University of Victoria, the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health, Massey College out of the University of Toronto, the Gaspé-Beaubien Foundation, and Aqua Action. So thank you so much to these partner organizations and especially to the staff who made this event possible. So we're convening today on World Water Day to sharpen our focus on the mounting water crisis that is facing our country as climate change intensifies. And this event is just one half day of discussion, but we're talking about ideas today that are really about ensuring the well-being of future generations of Canadians and our environment. So it's a big topic, but we have a wonderful program lined up this morning with an incredible depth and breadth of water knowledge across all of our speakers. We're going to begin with 2 keynote addresses. Following these, we'll move into our high-level panel with federal and Indigenous leaders. From there, we'll convene our water knowledge panel featuring water science and policy experts from across the country. So it's now my pleasure to invite our first keynote speaker to the podium. Mr. Terry Duguid is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Duguid.
Merci, Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be here with you this morning.
Great to join you on this unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people on this United Nations World Water Day 2022. And let me start by thanking Elder Commanda for those powerful words, the beautiful prayer, and the great blessing she gave us this morning, and doubly thank her for her infectious enthusiasm, which is, I know, appreciated by all. Special thanks to the sponsoring organizations who have brought us together today and whose logos are up on the screen. We are all grateful for their great work, their good work advocating for water. And let me also say it's great to see some of my MP colleagues with us today. I know that we're going to be hearing from an all-party panel. I'm really excited about that. And let me just echo Elder Commanda's words. It's just great to see so many friends and advocates in the water community today, this World Water Day. Well, World Water Day is an opportunity for us to remember how incredibly blessed we are in this country. Canada is home to 1/5 of the world's fresh water. We have 6 of the 10 largest lakes in the world. The Great Lakes Basin alone is home to about 30% of our population. Water also underpins our broader economy. For example, the Great Lakes support a regional economy across Canada and the United States valued at US $6 trillion annually. And Lake Winnipeg represents over $3.7 billion in agriculture, fishing, and tourism over the same period. We have a special responsibility as a government and as a people, a responsibility to protect these resources, to use them responsibly, equitably, and sustainably, and to recognize and mitigate threats to our precious natural asset. The theme for World Water Day this year is groundwater, our invisible resource. It is the primary water supply for rural and small-town Canada, yet it is threatened by agricultural runoff and other sources of pollution. We also face other challenges to this great water endowment, such as deteriorating surface water quality. Eutrophication and algal blooms are increasingly worrying in the summer months, affecting drinking water, fisheries, recreation, and tourism. Lake Winnipeg, in my home province, has been labeled the most eutrophic large lake in the world. Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, and Lake Simcoe are experiencing similar impacts from nutrient pollution. On this, the 29th Annual World Water Day, we also need to remember that some people in Canada do not have safe and reliable access to water. Many First Nations communities continue to experience drinking water advisories, some of which have lasted decades. 128 long-term advisories have been lifted since 2015, 36 remain in effect, and Budget 2021 pledged over $1 billion in the First Nations Water and Wastewater Enhanced Program to continue this vital work towards safe drinking water for all in Canada. Of course, the ultimate threat to our water resources and therefore our livelihoods, health, and well-being is climate change. There is a misconception that water and climate issues are separate. Not so. The climate crisis, as the screen has been advertising, is also the water crisis. It is estimated that 90% of climate change effects will manifest themselves as water impacts. For instance, the glaciers of Western Canada are all in rapid decline, and this retreat is accelerating. Once they are gone, we will be much more vulnerable to drought and will have a greatly reduced ability to generate electricity or irrigate for agriculture. Climate change is also increasing the conditions for floods, droughts, and wildfires, as we saw from coast to coast to coast in 2021. Since the year 2000, the economic costs of floods and droughts in Canada are estimated to have exceeded $32 billion. $32 billion, a staggering figure. The recent International Panel on Climate Change report concludes unequivocally that climate change is an existential threat to our ecosystems, to our habitats, as well as to human health and well-being. That's why the government's twofold commitment is immediate. We will complete a national adaptation strategy in 2022, ensuring community infrastructure and weather protection systems are designed for maximum resiliency in the face of a changing climate. And Environment and Climate Change Minister Stephen Guilbeault will soon release the government's emissions reduction plan to meet our global commitment to a 40 to 45% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030 and net zero by 2050. For these and other reasons, it is imperative that we as a country commit to the timely achievement of the water-related UN Sustainable Development Goal targets. We are able to commit to these targets in part because our vast water resources and the economies that depend upon them have led to made-in-Canada innovations. Our water prediction models are sought all over the world. The water sector in Canada is among the top 10 globally, generating $35 billion in GDP in 2015, and we have over 300 companies with proprietary water technologies and over 150 water research chairs. We are a water powerhouse. Our innovations represent international economic opportunities for Canada, as well as a way for us to share technology and best practices with low and middle-income countries to help them achieve their water-related Sustainable Development Goal targets. I understand our next speaker, Madame Shamila Nair-Bedouelle, will be calling on Canada to do more at the international level to fulfill our responsibilities to the UN Water Action Decade, which is spanning from 2018 to 2028, and I really look forward to her remarks. In Canada, the bottom line is that our government is committed to reducing water risks and working towards a more sustainable water future through a more coordinated, equitable, and inclusive management and stewardship of our waters. We've committed to a new, robust Canada Water Agency that will work across sectors and jurisdictions to bring stakeholders and Indigenous nations and governments together to better manage and protect our fresh water. After 18 months of consultations and deliberations, many of you have been involved in those public sessions, the mandate and the structure of the agency is being determined as we speak. This outreach has provided us with valuable insights into how federal leadership can help foster collaboration and coordination in areas such as research, monitoring, common data platforms, new management tools, and the sharing of best practices to make a real difference in the watersheds of our country from coast to coast to coast. A renewed freshwater action plan will provide enhanced financial support to fund initiatives and partnerships in all of our major watersheds over the next decade. The Canada Water Agency and the Freshwater Action Plan must be underpinned by a modernized Canada Water Act that is now 50 years old. It was first written in 1971. We need more effective tools to protect and safeguard our water resources, and we need to develop these legislative and regulatory tools in partnership with Indigenous peoples. While celebrating these significant new developments in freshwater policy and programming, we cannot forget what we are building on. Next month, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement with the United States. 2022 also marks the 25th anniversary of the Mackenzie River Basin Transboundary Waters Master Agreement, quite a mouthful. Canada has invested in the world-renowned experimental lakes area, not too far from where I live in Winnipeg, and is home to the largest university-led research program in the world. Canada is Global Water Futures with some 23 universities involved and over 1,000 water researchers and students, and many of them are with us this morning. Canada has amazing water think tanks and civil society organizations such as Flow and Aqua Action that we will hear from this morning. As a country, Canada has much to share with the world and much to learn from others. We invest in international research and development such as the Global Water Futures Planetary Water Prediction Initiative, twinning the African and Canadian Great Lakes. This is a fascinating and really heartwarming exchange with African women scientists, as well as the work of the International Development Research Centre and Global Affairs Canada. We are also host to the only United Nations university in North America, the Institute for Water, Environment, and Health. So folks, we are poised to be global leaders in addressing water challenges, both here at home and internationally, if we seize the opportunity. In closing, I would like to emphasize once more, and it's been on your screen all morning, the climate crisis is the water crisis. How we manage water is how we will adapt to climate change. And as such, we need to raise our ambition for water protection and management, both as a government and as a people. It is up to each of us to do our part to ensure that this finite resource, with which we are so very blessed in Canada, is managed to the benefit of all of us while ensuring a legacy for generations to come. Thank you, and as Elder Commanda ended, I will also end may every day be Water Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid. It's now my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker. Dr. Shamila Nair-Bedouelle is the Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences at UNESCO, and she's going to be joining us by video link from Senegal. So we'll get that queued up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Dear participants and dear colleagues, I would like to share a quick presentation with you, please. If they could get my slides up, if that's okay with you, please. Thank you. Our sincere apologies for all of this. We are surfing between different presentations right now, and I'm actually in Paris and not in Dakar. So while they're waiting to get my presentation on board, first of all, let me sincerely thank the University of Saskatchewan and all our distinguished participants here today, our partners, and especially the Water Security for Canadians initiative on this particular forum in recognition of World Water Day 2022. We are delighted to join in with Ottawa, the Canadian government, in this very ambitious program which has been set for us here today. And on behalf of UNESCO, I would like to share with you a presentation that we have on the enhanced collaboration between UNESCO and Canada in contributing to Science for Water Secure World in a changing environment. I would like to see if our technicians have been able to get on the presentations. If not, I may share my screen with you. Nicolas, is that okay, or?
They're just working on getting it queued up. Should she share her screen, or? Yep, okay, please share your screen. Thank you.
She won't share my screen. Okay. I just share my screen with you. So it's quite a difficult one to get this. Sorry for that. Our apologies. I think these are some of the challenges we face in. I think I'm unable to. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen. Wonderful.
Fantastic. Thank you. And our sincere apologies for this. This is not always easy to manage the different technical challenges that we all face. So once again, I want to sincerely thank the University of Saskatchewan and our partners for inviting UNESCO to this very important event here today on International World Water Day 2022, Groundwater Making the Invisible Visible. Should I continue? Is that okay? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So on this particular slides and the slides we have prepared here for you, we want to present to you the role of Canada in contributing to UNESCO's programs worldwide in the rest of the 192 member states, including Canada, which is 193, and how we want to work with Canada as an important partner in Science for Water Secure World. Now, before I continue any further, I would just like to take you down this particular set of slides where you will see we have identified in the Global Risk Report 2022 the most severe risks on a global scale. And we noticed that there is climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, but we also have other important challenges facing society, including the water crisis. And we believe at UNESCO that the Canada Water Agency has a lot to offer to the international arena in contributing to water sustainability, and especially through UNESCO's water programs. We also would like to work with Canada in really fast-tracking SDG 6, which is the Global Acceleration Framework, which was launched by the UN. This Global Acceleration Framework, as you all are aware, was launched by the UN in order to fast-track SDG 6, because SDG 6 on water and sanitation is very much off track today. And there have been a number of different initiatives launched under the SDG 6 acceleration framework. Among those is UNESCO's contribution to data information, UNESCO's contribution to good governance, but also the significant contribution to capacity development and innovation. And we believe that together with Canada and the Canada Water Agency and the institutions in Canada, we can all work together to ensure capacity development through all our programs in the different regions of the world to achieve SDG 6 by 2030. Now, on the next slide, I would like to present to you something very unusual, and why we believe also that this collaboration with Canada is very important in contributing to water science and access to water science for a water secure world. You may all recall that last year at the General Assembly of UNESCO in November 2021, the member states, 193 member states, adopted and endorsed the UNESCO recommendation on open science. And this open science will really be a game changer to promote collaboration between countries and share access to science, technology, and innovation. And this important UNESCO recommendation on open science will also contribute to promoting access to water technologies across the world. This will also contribute to building and reinforcing infrastructures, contributing to the open scientific knowledge, and especially what is needed for water and water collaboration. Now, we can share with you this UNESCO open science recommendation and how important it is today, especially as we celebrate International World Water Day, making the invisible visible, which is groundwater, but also just in general contributing to water security across the world and access to technologies that will enable countries to become water secure. And that looks at institutional capacity, human capacity, and we really would like to focus on developing countries with the support of Canada. Now, you all are aware also that UNESCO is home to the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. This program has been built up some 65 years ago, used to be called the International Hydrological Program, and is now called the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. This particular program is now in its 9th phase, which is 2022-2029, and the theme is Science for Water Secure World in a Changing Environment. The aim of the IHP9 is really to enable all stakeholders to participate in the creation of a new sustainable water culture across the world. The Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, 9th strategy, was actually developed over a 2-year period with all stakeholders on board, and it is really aimed at hydrological research and knowledge creation for water secure world. There are 5 thematic priority areas as listed here. That is scientific research and innovation, water education in the 4th Industrial Revolution, including sustainability, bridging the data knowledge gap, integrated water resources management, and water governance. This is really based on science for mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Now, there will be 34 outputs which have been identified. And I'm not sure if you could see my slide very clearly, but we're also looking at a number of different, let's say, outputs, which should be, let's say, owned by different partners and stakeholders. And while we work at the science policy nexus to help meeting today's water challenge, we really believe that Canada has a very important role to play in sharing not only its technologies, but the manner in which it is integrating water resource management across all of the different sectors. And we look forward to working with Canada in providing support to countries to bridging the data knowledge gap. As we're celebrating World Water Development Day today, making the invisible visible, I would like to just draw your attention to a couple of points which are indicated in the World Water Development Report, which was launched yesterday at the 9th World Water Forum in Dakar, making the invisible visible. UNESCO, as you all are aware, is mandated to produce this report on behalf of the 32 UN water family. Now, we're all aware that groundwater accounts for the vast majority of all liquid fresh water on Earth. It has really the potential to provide societies with tremendous social, economic, and environmental benefits and opportunities. It is critical to maintaining the water, food, energy nexus and security to fight against poverty, creation of decent jobs, resilience of societies, to climate change, but also plays an important role in sustaining our healthy ecosystems. But this natural resource is often poorly understood and, as a consequence, undervalued, under-recognized, and even mismanaged. Now, in spite of all this overall abundance, it remains vulnerable to overexploitation and pollution, both of which has been devastating. And in this context of growing water security, water scarcity and water security across many parts of the world, the enormous potential of groundwater needs to be managed securely, sustainably, and it cannot be overlooked anymore. So the 2022 edition of the World Water Development Report is really critical. Groundwater, making the invisible visible. It is produced by the World Water Assessment Program of UNESCO on behalf of the 32 UN water family, and it is led by Ms. Michaela Mileto, who is unable to join us here today. So I really want to sincerely thank her and the teams and all the UN bodies who have contributed to this, including Canada, who has shared with us a number of challenges, experiences, and opportunities for the governance of groundwater. So this report really addresses groundwater management from different water sectors, be it agriculture, human settlements, but also industry, and also the interactions with ecosystems and its relation to climate change. While we're highlighting the different regional perspectives in here concerning data and governance, this is really a flagship report on water and sanitation issues, and we call upon the Government of Canada to please kindly support us in addressing the various groundwater challenges faced across the world. I would like to sincerely thank all our partners and participants for contributing to this exceptional report. Now, let's look at this following slide, which I want to share with you on the Water Resources Development Report 2022. We're all aware that groundwater is really ubiquitous. It accounts for 99% of all of the liquid water available and fresh water on Earth. And it's 99% of this fresh water on Earth. It can provide societies with tremendous social, economic, and environmental benefits. But as I mentioned earlier on, it is overlooked. And the full potential still remains to be considered. And in this particular report, which we have launched yesterday at the World Water Forum in Dakar, I want to highlight a couple important items which we have noticed here. It is really a growing demand for water, especially in periods of severe water stress, that the abundance of groundwater will prove essential. Improved groundwater management and governance is really necessary at this point in time. It can support valuable ecosystem services and plays a critical role in climate change adaptation mitigation, as I mentioned, and we have seen the development of this being underexploited, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, and it offers enormous opportunities for water security and economic growth. So we do need to work together and benefit from the expertise in Canada, given this data and information on aquifer systems, which are really missing on groundwater. Now, we are working with different member states on a number of different projects, and I would like to assess two other projects which are very important for us in the collaboration with Canada, and that is the assessment of snow glaciers and water resources in Central Asia. We're also working on reducing vulnerabilities of populations in the Central Asia region from glacial lake outbursts and floods. And here as well, we're looking at strengthening the resilience of these communities. And we do believe that working with Canada and the expertise that the Canadian scientific population, Water Canada and University of Saskatchewan hold concerning the assessment of snow, glaciers, and water resources will be essential worldwide to all countries across the world. So we look forward with you to monitoring of these glaciers and exchanging scientific information and data. Now, there's a special call from UNESCO, which I would like to appeal to today on the Canada Water UNESCO Corporation. We really believe that this partnership is very important, not just to UNESCO, but also to all the countries across the world. The Canada UNESCO Water Fund will enable all the developing countries to benefit from Canada's experience, but also using Canada's experience in the UNESCO Canada Planetary Water Prediction Initiative with the University of Saskatchewan will be critical for us to focus on the UN Water Conference 2023. We need to go as a joint effort, UNESCO Canada, on this science cooperation for the success of the UN Water Conference 2023 by showcasing across the world how we could work together in the Planetary Water Prediction Initiative. This will be critical for countries, governments across the world. We also need to cooperate on Indigenous and water equity issues with a focus on gender, and we believe that the University of Saskatchewan and the Government of Canada has important insights to offer in this particular domain, but the capacity building and training will allow for wider participation across a global audience. But we also need to promote knowledge synthesis and dissemination, technical publications, policy briefs, white papers, and public outreach. So we kindly invite Canada to take to the international stage on water sustainability so that we could deal collectively with the impacts of climate change around the world in cooperation with the UNESCO Hydrological Program. I thank you dearly and looking forward to working with you so that the roadmap to UN 2023 is really marked with water, and that this midterm review of the UN Water Action Decade really speaks to the needs of people across the world, but that this UNESCO Canada Water Corporation and the Planetary Water Prediction Initiative will enable countries to better predict the water needs and to manage the water and this precious resource sustainably. I wish you all a happy International Water Day. Looking forward to working with you and this joint collaboration and the call from UNESCO for the UNESCO Water Canada Corporation. I thank you sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nair-Bedouelle, for joining us from Paris, for your great presentation, and for bearing with us through some technical difficulties. Much appreciated. So with those opening words, we're now going to move into our first panel discussion. I'm honored to moderate this panel myself, which will consist of federal and Indigenous leaders from across the country. So I'll ask the panelists to join us on stage as I introduce them. Chief Linda Dabosky will actually be joining via video link, and she's the chief of Chaging First Nation. We also have members of parliament from each of the sitting federal parties, each of whom sits on the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. They are Ms. Laurel Collins, NDP Member of Parliament for Victoria, Ms. Elizabeth May, Green Party Member of Parliament for Saanich Gulf Islands, Mr. Dan Mazier, Conservative Member of Parliament for Dauphin, Swan River, and Nipawin, Ms. Monique Pauzé, Bloc Québécois Member of Parliament for Repentigny, and Mr. Francis Scarpaleggia, Liberal Member of Parliament for Lac Saint Louis. So we're going to start off with opening remarks from each of the panelists. We have about 7 minutes for each panelist to provide their remarks. And then following the remarks, we'll have quite a bit of time for Q&A. So folks in the room, if you want to ask a question, we just ask you to gesture, and we have runners who will bring a microphone over to you. For those attending on Zoom, you can submit your questions using the question and answer function. So I'll ask the panelists to join us on stage. Anywhere you like. I'm not actually a member. Oh, okay. Wonderful. And folks, we have translation available, so if anybody requires a headphone set, they're just located at the back of the room there. And we'll just wait a moment until we have the video link live. Wonderful. Welcome, Chief Dabosky. Thanks so much for joining us. We have our panelists of MPs here who have just introduced, and we're going to start with opening remarks. So Chief Dabosky, we'll go to you first.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Linda Dabosky, and I'm the elected chief of Chaging First Nation. Coming to you today from the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory on Manitoulin Island in the Great Lake of Lake Huron. It's been an honor. It's an honor for me to have been asked to participate in this forum today by Professor John Pomeroy from the University of Saskatchewan. I'd like to start off by acknowledging the prayer said today by Elder Commanda and her words of wisdom. Her words went through me like the blood runs through my veins as the water runs through the earth. So very, very grateful to hear that blessing this morning. Today is an internationally recognized day of action on water. I recognize the efforts of the United Nations in sharing their focus of groundwater for today's World Water Day. However, from an Indigenous perspective, water is honored on a daily basis through an inherent responsibility given to Indigenous people by Creator. And this has existed since time immemorial, prior to contact and settlers arriving in this country now known as Canada. Efforts to honor water, the seen and unseen, keep water safe, and bring awareness to the challenges that water face is a responsibility taken seriously by Indigenous people since time immemorial. All living beings need water, from humans to plants to animals, and to those small-bodied creatures that we cannot see with the human eye. Despite the terrible legacy that Canada has had in their attempts to assimilate, to take away our language, our culture, traditions, our responsibilities given to us by the Creator, and to otherwise continue to oppress Indigenous people, Indigenous people have remained resilient in their responsibilities to take care of Mother Earth, and this includes the water, the air, the warmth, and everything that we need to sustain life on this earth. As women, we have the inherent responsibility to advocate, to pray, and to take care of water. This is a critical responsibility and role that many women like myself take very seriously. Our ancestors and our matriarchal societies have passed on the traditional teachings and responsibilities for our role to take care of water. Women possess the water that is needed to bring life. Women create the water through their breast milk to provide babies their sustenance and protection during the first year of the baby's life, and to introduce clean, safe drinking water for the child as the child grows. And as the child grows, to teach children to protect all that is around, to live in harmony with all of the elements that we need and have been given to live here on earth. We see women such as the late Josephine Mandamin, Water Commissioner of the Anishinaabe Nation in Ontario, up until her passing, walk thousands of miles in prayer and ceremony for the waters of the Great Lakes, inspiring not only young women, but young men, families, Indigenous communities, non-Indigenous communities, decision makers, policy makers, and government to do more to protect and honor the water that brings us all life. The young Autumn Pelche, who was mentored by the late Josephine Mandamin to continue on with the role of the Anishinaabe Nation Chief Water Commissioner, continues to advocate for our life source, who does not have a voice. We all know and understand the significance of water. Water gives life, and water can also bring death. This element is very powerful, and it is a necessity in the world we live in. However, in Canada, many Indigenous people and nations are without access to clean, safe drinking water. It was never always like this. Pre-contact, our nations, our families were able to drink water from streams, rivers, lakes. There were even times that I, as a child, could drink the water straight from the lake without worry. And today we cannot do that. I have two children. My one son is going to be 21 this year, and I have a 5-month-old daughter today. They will be the first children in my family that were never able to drink from the lake we live at. I was able to do so as a child, however, my children cannot. And I remember sitting as a child with elders, and they were telling me at that time, 38, 37 years ago, that there will come a time when the water we will not be able to drink it. The animals we will not be able to eat. And this vision is starting to become true today. As I stated, I have two children. And when I was carrying my son, I was able to eat the fish out of the lake that surrounds me. I was able to eat the animals that my family harvested. While I was warned while carrying my daughter that I could not do that due to the contamination levels of the fish and the wild animals that we've lived off of for generations. Today we find our lakes, rivers, and streams in a very vulnerable situation. And to go deeper, we also see our groundwater, which is the biggest source of liquid fresh water that sustains drinking water supplies, supports ecosystems, etc. We see today that is being overused and being neglected. We need to work together to make the invisible visible and to ensure that groundwater is no longer neglected. In addition, the water that evaporates into the air to come back to replenish the earth is coming back contaminated due to the air quality changing the water at times that contain traces of acids and other contaminants. It hasn't taken very long to create the devastation we see today. Indigenous communities without access to clean, safe drinking water. In fact, 36 communities in Canada remain with long-term drinking water advisories, and many others with drinking water advisories. The Great Lakes is in crisis, and it seems that nobody wants to talk about this very much. The devastation in ecosystems, including swampy lands, the sickness in fish and animals that we have consumed for sustenance, the poisoning of rivers, streams, and groundwater. We have destroyed much of what we have been responsible for in such a very little time. And what is this all due to? Money, industry, greed, a sense of entitlement, and plainly, a lack of respect and love to an entity that gives us life. Water, we all together need to treat water as a living being. I was asked to share what I thought as to how we can work together to find the solutions needed to assure water security and sustainability in Canada and the world in the face of unprecedented climate change. I was elected chief of my community in 2015. Through this role, I've been able to advocate and support and talk to different people, whether it's industry, students in universities, colleagues, most importantly, children, to talk about water, to advocate for water, to speak for our precious entity that does not have a voice. I've found myself on committees with the Chiefs of Ontario as it relates to not only water, but talking about infrastructure, housing, water. The Assembly of First Nations, I sit on the Chiefs Committee for Housing, Infrastructure, and Water. The Anishinaabe Nation, and all of those who have asked me to help. I've spoken at government-led forums, the Province of Ontario, and through different arms of the Indigenous Services Canada departments. So when I thought about this, I thought about myself being when I was a little girl. I've always been passionate about water. I was raised in respecting water and treating water with great respect. But at the same time, when I look at my relationship with water, I look to my childhood, most of which where I was bullied. And so I feel that I can relate to the being of water being bullied by humans all of its life. And today, we are both still here, both water and myself and others like me. And so I offer these words on behalf of water and what we can do to ensure, what we can do together to ensure water security and sustainability. First and foremost, we need to respect, love, and teach the importance of water. And this can be taught to children and re-taught to adults. You don't have to be a scientist or an engineer to do this. We need to talk about climate change and all of the impacts of climate change so that our children can start building their capacity so that it will influence their efforts as they grow older and making very important decisions on the behalf of all Indigenous people as well as Canadians. We all need to ensure that legislation and policies address the protection of water before putting economy first, both at federal, provincial, and municipal levels, as well as in First Nation communities. We also need to strengthen professional ethics in associations for professionals. I often see that there are different reports and studies all aimed to support industry, all aimed to support economic growth, but trading resources that we need to stay alive so that our children can stay alive and our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren to stay alive. We forget about that. We need to work collaboratively with Indigenous peoples in a co-led approach as it relates to water and environment. Not to just say, you know, I welcome an elder or I welcome a First Nation leader to come and speak and I've checkmarked that box that I've met that requirement. No, there needs to be continuous collaborations that are financially supported so that this can be achieved. We also need to take a cautious but respectful approach with government initiatives such as the Clean Water Agency and really tune into the details and really understand what it means. What I share with my Indigenous colleagues, we need to ensure that Indigenous people are not considered simply a stakeholder. Indigenous peoples are rights holders. We've been here since pre-contact and we continue to work hard to advance our communities, but also blow the whistle on development projects that have the potential to do harm. And lastly, we all need to step back and think about the gratitude we have for life and look at the blessings and good things. And why I say this, I see around me young children wanting big trucks that, you know, blow out a lot of contaminants into the environment because it's cool. And there's always a want. And I see how money can shift people. I see how money has become a god of some. With that being said, we can have all the money in the world individually and we'll still never be happy. So until we get to a space where we're grateful for life, we're grateful for our family around us, we take pride in that, and we take a step back and look at how we are able to live here. Well, we have air to breathe, we have water to drink, we have warmth, you know, and some people don't have that at all. There are people who are new immigrants to Canada that I've had conversations with, and very enlightening conversations, where they've come to this country from a place where they had no water or they had no food, you know, and I feel that sometimes in this Canadian society, we take all of that for granted. So we need to take a step back and look at all the things we need to do and how to be grateful and comfortable in the lives we have, but also to do the work that we need to do to ensure that all things that we need to survive here are protected. We have seen through the COVID-19 pandemic, science versus money. We have seen provincial governments have conflicts with the federal governments. We've seen people having conflicts with each other. And it's something that we had no control of. We did not make this virus. The virus came likely as a result of climate change, likely as a result of all these other pieces coming into play. But more importantly, we saw how divided this country became and will continue to be. And I see this very same thing playing out as it relates to water, as government entities start to take the steps needed, the harsh steps needed to protect life here in this country, but also support those globally. Water is a global issue. But with resilience, continued collaborations and co-led partnerships focused on life versus economy and money, we will eventually be successful. And it is my deep hope that we are not too late. As I, for one, will continue to uphold my shared responsibility with you as it relates to all water relations, and to not trade my responsibility or yours for a brand new car or a fat bank account. For these cannot be taken with me when my journey here on earth is complete and I leave my earthly vessel and all earthly possessions behind. So today I continue to choose to advocate for water, to participate on different entities such as the Great Lakes Adaptive Management Committee, which has been formed by the International Joint Commission, to continue to advocate. And I do wish I had more time and I could take more of a technical approach to this. However, with the time that I've been blessed with to share, I've chosen to share the words I have shared. So Chimigwech for listening, and I really hope that I cross paths with many of you as we share that responsibility together, and together we can make that change. Chimigwech.
Thank you, Chief Dabosky. For the panelists present, we'll go in the order in which they're seated. So first, for opening remarks, we'll go to Ms. May.
Merci. Good heavens, I wasn't suggesting.
Thank you. Je ne m'attendais pas à un tel honneur. Alors.
Colleagues here at the table, small correction to my introduction. I'm not a member of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Until the Greens have 12 MPs, I'm not allowed on any committee. So every single member here gets my begging bowl through meetings saying, can I please ask a question? Would you let me ask a question? So I'm really grateful to be here today with so many old friends and colleagues. We were not told ahead of time how long each of us had for opening remarks, so I'd like to
7 minutes.
Oh, that's way too long. Anyway.
Or less.
All right, no, that's fine. I'll take it. I'm just looking at the timing for everyone getting back to the House. Look, okay, I'm very grateful for the work that FLOW is doing, for the work that Global Water Futures is doing. I'll say by way of background that my water policy education began when I was senior policy advisor to the Federal Minister of Environment, and I worked with Ralph Pentland right there. I like to think I worked for Ralph Pentland. I like to think I continue to work for Ralph Pentland. And I worked with Francis Scarpaleggia, who back in those days worked with another great MP, Clifford Lincoln. And I'd say Francis continues in the great tradition Clifford Lincoln set forward of being a champion for fresh water and water policy. And I'd like to think that all of us here, mon ami, mon cher ami.
And my dear friend Monique Pauzé, and we work together in the House of Commons, and we work together in the field of water policies and also to fight the threat from climate change.
And I don't mean to leave off others who aren't MPs. And thanks to all the MPs who are still in the room, Chris Biddle, Lloyd Longfeld, we had quite a few here for the morning keynotes, and it's impressive. Just let me say, back in that period, in the mid-1980s, we were way ahead of where we are right now. For the last number of decades, we have systematically dismantled Canada's capacity to act in the interest of water policy. Back in 1987, we passed Canada's federal water policy. It's still the only federal water policy we have. We have never implemented it. Back when I worked in government, we had an Inland Waters Directorate based. It was just fantastic in Burlington, Ontario. It had 1,200 people working there. It had a budget of over $50 million a year. We're still talking about the Canada Water Agency, and nothing I've seen suggests we understand the work that needs to be done. This panel is on governance, so I'll mention that the governance challenge has been a big one. We used to, again, we were doing much better in federal-provincial collaboration back then than now. In the 1970s, we had federal, provincial, territorial, shared flood mapping. We worked collaboratively, and we were able to warn provinces and feds together where the flood risks were and how to manage them. I guess we decided because we were doing such a good job accelerating greenhouse gases and creating a climate crisis, we didn't need to know anything anymore. It was better not to know. I'm saying this cynically. I don't think we actually decided that. But back in the 1980s, when we were working for the first time on the climate crisis, I remember Environment Canada scientists warning, if we don't act, I remember this, it's in my head like it was etched there. If we don't act, we could see the retreat of glaciers by 2030. Every science warning we've had on climate change has underestimated the risk and overestimated how much time we have. So I also want to flag that when we recognize that climate and water are two sides of the same coin, we're at 1.1 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase now. And as a British Columbian, I can tell you the number of people whose lives were lost, whose livelihoods were lost over the summer and fall of 2021 at 1.1 degrees should scare the hell out of every single one of us. And I don't think it does, because we keep acting like we've got time. We keep acting like net zero by 2050 is an actual science-based target. And it's not. It's public relations twisting the IPCC advice. So back to fresh water and where we are on groundwater. Let's look at something we could do to protect groundwater that will also help us fight the climate crisis. Let's ban fracking. Fracking has been banned in the provinces of Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Let's ban it nationally so that we can protect groundwater before we get contaminated aquifers. It also, of course, will have the benefit of getting rid of a fossil fuel that Canada wants to export in so-called natural gas. If it's fracked gas, because of the methane release during fracking, it has the same carbon footprint as coal. And yet, various provincial governments will continue to tell us that somehow we'll be helping other countries go off coal by exporting fracked gas. Let's protect our groundwater. Let's ban fracking. The other thing that comes to mind is that sustainable development goals are important. Canada committed to them. They're due by 2030. They all fall due by 2030. That means eliminating poverty globally. But sustainable development goals apply equally to our domestic policy and to the developing world, so-called. So that means we're supposed to end poverty in Canada and globally by 2030. Looking at the Sustainable Development Goal that pertains to water, as we heard from Dr. Nair-Bedouelle, Sustainable Development Goal 6 calls for clean water and sanitation for all in Canada and globally. One of the indicators the UN uses under SDG Goal 6 is wetlands. How are we doing in Canada protecting our wetlands? Well, we score very, very poorly. Of all industrialized countries, we're one of the worst at destroying our wetlands, which are green infrastructure to protect clean water and to protect sustainability for biodiversity, but also for human needs and definitely for fresh and clean water. We have to protect our wetlands. So when we look at the Freshwater Action Plan, we look at the hopes that we have around the Canada Water Agency. Let's make sure that that what we're doing holds up and is at least better than what we were doing more than 30 years ago. I don't think that's too much to ask. As I get older, as you can tell, I get angrier because we have less and less time to ensure a livable world for our children. And at Rio, I just found this old picture because a reporter asked me for a photo. Do you have any pictures of yourself with Jean Charest? You might wonder why they ask. But he was Minister of Environment in 1992 at the Earth Summit, and I found a picture of me holding my baby. My baby's made a hell of a lot of progress. She's 30 and she's working on her PhD, and we have dismantled most of what we had to act on the environment when I was holding it in my arms. So I pass it to my colleagues. I think it goes to Francis next. Thanks for a chance to share.
Well, first, I would like to say that it's nice to see Elder Commanda again. We've met many times on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people, but it's been a while since we've seen each other in person. So again, it's a pleasure to reconnect. As a politician with, by definition, a limited attention span, I approach water as someone who wants to see concrete government policies that make a difference. That means positioning water as something that can attract the public attention and support required to push governments to act. I have come to the conclusion over the 15 or so odd years that I've been working on water that water is so broad, so pervasive that efforts to articulate an ambitious, comprehensive national strategy are not likely to galvanize the kind of public attention that succeeds in pressuring governments. Such a national strategy would be too diffuse to be politically useful, not to mention cumbersome to implement. There are too many independent jurisdictions whose cooperation is required to implement a national strategy, jurisdictions outside the purview or control of any one government. And if we try to address jurisdictional realities by focusing federal policy on watershed governance, water becomes an opaque and murky issue less likely to engage politically. That doesn't diminish the truth and urgency around the watershed approach. That's not what I'm saying. Only that watersheds should not be central to the political discourse around water if the goal is to capture the public imagination. Instead, we need to focus on politically compelling water issues that connect with Canadians. Some issues that have succeeded in this regard are First Nations drinking water. I'd say 90% of the constituent correspondence that I receive on water is on First Nations drinking water. A second is bulk water exports. Many Canadians who speak to me are convinced the Americans are coming for our water. And a third example is the Montreal's 2015 massive wastewater release that even attracted a tweet from Aaron Brockovich. Our focus needs to be on a limited scope federal action plan rather than on a broad national strategy. And of course, that's what the government is doing, focusing on an action plan. At the same time, however, and this may sound like a contradiction, we need to promote a paradigm shift whereby water is seen as the backdrop of everything. We need to remind Canadians that water is the basis of the economy, whether we're talking about transportation, energy, agriculture, even high tech, and that water is the lifeblood of our natural ecosystems, and that access to water, and by that I mean the human right to water, is at the heart of justice and peace. And finally, Canadians must understand, and I would argue that they already do, that water is the ground zero of climate change, where we really feel the impact of climate change. Water's all-pervasive, all-encompassing nature needs to be politically promoted. We don't need more institutional capacity. We have more than 20 federal departments with some responsibility for water, and we have provincial and municipal governments, and we have universities, we have watershed groups. But because there are so many actors, a single wicket is needed, a focal point for the water community in Canada. The Canada Water Agency can be that window, that place where the water community turns for expertise, insight, and referrals to experts in other levels of government and in academia. L'Agence canadienne de l'eau se voudrait...
The Canadian Water Agency should be a hub for people who have to do with water, but not only to regulate.
Is complete. We can start with a cornerstone, as Tom Axworthy has suggested, by bringing together the National Hydrological Service and the Water Science and Technology Directorate, both within Environment and Climate Change Canada. We have accomplished quite a bit with a piecemeal approach in the realm of water. We have effectively banned bulk water exports. We have focused on improving water monitoring in the oil sands. I know there's more work to be done there. We have made progress on First Nations drinking water. There's more work to be done, but there was a tangible commitment and there has been progress. We have implemented wastewater regulations, which we are currently in the process of updating to avoid future unplanned releases like the one we saw in Montreal. But there are many water issues left to address. Efficient irrigation for agriculture, emerging contaminants in wastewater where there is a nexus with the new SEPA modernization legislation, I believe. Wastewater monitoring as an instrument of public health policy, addressing lead in drinking water infrastructure, namely in lead service pipes, spurring innovation in the water technology sector, including through partnerships with municipal water utilities, and creating a state-of-the-art flood forecasting system, which goes to what you were saying initially, Elizabeth. Canada is a water nation, and as such I believe that water should be a pillar of our foreign policy, one with the aim of contributing to helping the world achieve fresh water security. We can do this by promoting Canadian water services and products through our foreign trade offices, by engaging in bilateral relationships around water, like twinning with public utilities in developing countries and offering expertise to the African Great Lakes, and by engaging multilateral institutions like the Food and Agricultural Organization. We are a water nation not only because we have so much of the world's fresh water, but because we possess expertise. I think of the Water Innovation Lab at McGill's Faculty of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences. The lab has developed a proposal to work with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization to address the challenge of climate change-induced soil salinity and water scarcity in agriculture. This proposal includes sharing water-saving technologies developed by the Water Innovation Lab with areas of the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. The watershed is indeed the building block of effective freshwater management, and we also need to focus on cooperation involving the federal government, First Nations, and provincial and municipal governments in key watersheds. But we need to talk up headline water issues if we want to truly engage Canadians in advancing the water agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scarpaleggia. Ms. Pauzé.
Merci. Alors,
thank you. Firstly, let me thank you for this initiative. Thank you for the invite. We all know that water is life, and 2/3 of our body is made with water. So this is what I would call an essential service. And donc, I've been elected for the protection of the environment, and this is not new. And water is our blue gold. So we see that there are problems because of climate crisis. So let me give you as direct an answer as possible to the question that was raised. But I will present Quebec as the cornerstone of my explanations. But before doing that, I want to mention the possible Canadian contribution worldwide, because here, as we are meeting, there is at the same time in Brussels dozens of countries from Europe, Africa, Asia, North America, South America are meeting in for the free water from the stock exchange. And so I have chosen to meet you here in Ottawa. However, 135 signatures have been collected, and in a very, very deft and silent manner. So can you imagine the number of people who might have signed here in Canada? Because water is a vital resource which is now being traded on the stock exchange, and this is inconceivable. So we should take a firm stand in Canada against that, because it's been a long time since in trade agreements within the NAFTA and GATT and all the treaties, water is concerned and water is traded. So there are international regulations, treaties, and legal problems. But since 1999, we have been asking that water be excluded from any trade agreements, including NAFTA. And as long as water isn't excluded from NAFTA, well, exporting water could be problematic, because this is federal jurisdiction. Now let me go back to water within Canadian borders. There are two specific elements. First of all, geographic reality with the province of Quebec, and also the necessary work for coordination and cooperation between the federal level and the provinces. So a few figures. In Quebec, more than 4,500 rivers, 500,000 lakes, 43 water basins, and of course the St. Lawrence basin. So you wouldn't be surprised that Quebec should give a particular priority to the management of such a precious and abundant resource, and also in view of the threat from the hydrological environment, and with a climate change crisis which is worldwide. So Quebec has started working on this and is promoting an integrated management between the river basin, and so consultation between the civil society and the various institutions. In Ontario, it is the conservation authorities who do that. And when you have transborder waters, Quebec does cooperate, and we have agreements regarding sustainable resources in the Great Lakes, and also thanks to its expertise regarding dams, because Hydro-Quebec has an expertise which is recognized at the world level. So in June 2009, there has been unanimity at the Assemblée Nationale, and let me read out the title. It's called the Act which asserts the collective nature of water resources and their protection. We also have an act on the quality of the environment, so that has elements of policies to protect banks and floodable banks and all kinds of regulations. And as time went by, the government has established a number of knowledge networks which regulate what we do. So we have libraries, we have fishing guides. All this is accessible in those interactive libraries. And regarding the environment, the federal government can regulate fishing, maritime, shipping, but the provinces have the main jurisdiction for the management of water resources within their borders. So it is high time for our state to coordinate the activity of the various organizations. And given the fact that fisheries, maritime transportation are exclusive jurisdiction, we could intervene directly in these sectors and promoting the creation of coordination and consultation units within federal departments. And it is legitimate for the federal to be interested in the management of water, but each jurisdiction should be respected, and the Canadian government should be careful not to encroach on the jurisdiction of provinces, because sometimes there are regulations which are stricter than the federal ones. And we also have the Canadian Environment, Canadian Council on the Environment, which might be a forum in order to trade the knowledge and for Quebec to share its knowledge with other provinces. So, and it is good to create another organization, but why not use the institutions which already exist? This is the question I'm laying in front of you, because we already have quite a set of tools, and we've been talking about for 20 years, but we have institutions and mechanisms that could be used in order to improve our good management of clean, fresh water for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pauzé. Ms. Collins?
Thanks so much. I want to start also just by saying thank you to Elder Commanda for your words, for opening this in a good way. And really, as you were speaking, and also hearing the words of Chief Debassige, really, I'm exhausted this morning. I was up breastfeeding all through the night and didn't want to get out of bed this morning. But really, your words grounded me in thinking of her. She's 11 months old, and she's the reason I'm tired and want to crawl back into bed, but she's also the reason I get out of bed. She's the reason that I do this work. And we're talking about the climate crisis and about the future of water, and that is impacting our communities, but it is also so fundamental to how we protect our world for future generations. And so the water challenges that we face today are complex, they are intensifying, they're increasing in numbers. My home province of British Columbia was devastated by extreme flooding. We are seeing, heat waves. We're experiencing the impacts right now, and it is this issue. It is one that doesn't. It's not contained to borders or municipalities, provinces. It is something that we need to tackle together. I became really passionate about this topic when there was a contaminated soil dump proposed at the head of a watershed just about 45 minutes away from where I live now. And it was my sister and my niece and my nephew. It's their drinking water. And so I would head up and I would stand in front of trucks with them. I'd do childcare so my sister could be out organizing with her community. And it was really through that work of trying to protect that watershed that I started to realize how much all of our watersheds across Canada need protection and how much work there is to do, and how many policies need to change if we are actually going to tackle this. We need federal leadership if we're going to modernize our water policies. And we absolutely need to create a Canada Water Agency, and that's just one reform that could change the way that water is managed across Canada. Ideally, this would be a foundation to start transforming the way that we address and manage water. And even in our language, the way we're talking about this, managing water, yes, it's a precious resource, but it's also life. And I think we need to fundamentally change the way we relate to water, not just as a resource, but really as fundamental to everything that we do. The question is about how, and this today is about how the climate crisis impacts water challenges. And I've mentioned the flooding in BC, but we're seeing this around the world. As we're talking right now, the Arctic and the Antarctic are 30 to 40 degrees warmer than they've ever been. There are unprecedented events happening, and we keep getting dire warnings about how this is going to impact us. So we need to come together. We need a coordinated approach and a response at the federal level to address this. And unfortunately, our outdated water policies have really failed to account for the climate change impacts that are happening right now. In particular, disasters like flooding, droughts, but also toxic algae blooms. we know these things are going to become more frequent. We're already seeing that happening. It's going to cost, billions in revenue. It is going to impact people. It's going to impact communities. It already is devastating, displacing people here in Canada. And of course, we know that this disproportionately impacts Indigenous peoples. And I want to acknowledge the work that Elizabeth May is doing on environmental racism, and I think that's an important part of this conversation. I really want us to see, I really want Canada to also implement an Indigenous justice department or a place in government, as the United States has, where we can actually look at how these policies impact racialized communities, Indigenous communities, and the needed changes. We also know that our data collection has been woefully inadequate. It's part of the reason that we are having such a hard time managing our water adequately. And so, as we change, as we develop our Canada Water Agency, we need to be looking at this kind of whole of government approach. And I can see that I've only got a couple minutes left, and maybe the last two things I wanted to touch on. One is around the Canada Water Act. And this has been Canada's primary federal water legislation, and it hasn't been significantly updated in decades. It doesn't actually currently adequately reflect the needs of our country today, and areas that include, or areas that really need updating, one of them is fundamentally around climate change and the climate crisis. Another is around Indigenous water rights. But also, we need to look at the role of private insurance industries in flood mitigation and damage reduction. Updating the Canada Water Act should also involve a legislative, consent-based co-drafting process with Indigenous nations. This process needs to be rooted in nation-to-nation relationships and consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And also, as Elder Commanda mentioned, it needs to be rooted in Indigenous knowledge. And as Chief Debassige mentioned, not just as stakeholders, but as right holders. And then, lastly, really just coming back to this idea that water is life. Fundamentally, we need to acknowledge this fact of our life, and it connects us, it sustains us, and it is worth protecting. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Mr. Mazier.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me here today. I'm Dan Mazier, Member of Parliament for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa out of Manitoba. First time elected in 2019. Before that, I'm actually currently living out on the farm. I was a farmer before this, on the family farm, northeast of Brandon, Manitoba, about 30 kilometers, near a village called Justice. So there is still a little justice left in the world, actually. So. It's here to say that. So as a farmer, you're naturally a caretaker of the landscape. You're always trying to figure out what Mother Nature is going to throw at you. So you're always trying to adapt to that reality. You get up in the morning, you don't know if it's going to be raining, you don't know if it's going to be sunny. You just go with it. You kind of flow with it. And I think that's the secret to living in our environment and actually adaptation. I think if we were going to address climate change and we were going to address the water issues, which is, water is the life of everything. If we have too much of it, that's not necessarily a bad thing because rain makes grain, that's a farmer saying. But in a drought, nobody wins. It puts all our ecological systems at risk, puts our livelihoods at risk, but it puts our lives at risk as well. So we have to deal with those two things when we talk about water. And I just want to give you some context of what I've lived through and as far as water crises in Manitoba in particular. We live at the bottom end of there's a big water basin called the Assiniboine River Basin, which Bob Sanford would know very well about. And it collects water all the way, starts in Alberta, collects all of Saskatchewan, and then dumps it into the Assiniboine River, and all that water meets at the Forks in Winnipeg. So that's why Duff's Ditch was created, that's why Lake of the Prairies was created, the Porter's Diversion was created, and it takes all that water and disperses it so it saves Winnipeg. So if Winnipeg could have done it right the first time, they shouldn't have developed on a floodplain, but mankind decided to adapt and make all these diversions around it. So we have a system set up right now when we talk about water. It's very reactionary. We always, oh, here comes the water, and now what are we going to do with it? And we did have systems. I agree with Elizabeth. You know, in the 90s, we had systems, and we were getting ready for it. There was a development of the ISD in Manitoba, Gary Filmon, and I think Brian Mulroney, I think was the Prime Minister at the time. You know, things were going, that's when I was growing up, and that's why I had great hope for the environment at the time. And then, yeah, we've gone south here in the last, I would say, at least the last decade. And a lot of things happened. Like 2011, it was a 1 in a 300-year kind of flood event. It's very interesting. So we flooded out. There was 300,000 acres flooded out of farmland, $1 billion worth of impact as far as lost revenue to farmers, and then another $1 billion worth of infrastructure damage. That was just in Manitoba. 2014, 3 years later, we had another 300-year event, another $1 billion gone by, but we were much more prepared because we did discover that our infrastructure was not capable of handling it. We just forgot about it. We basically dismissed a lot of things in the 2000s. So where do we go here, and how do we fix this? I think there is a lot of mechanisms available. I have to say I am encouraged to see what the Water Agency is going to be. I hope it does have a whole kind of holistic type of approach. I think that's key. But the key thing that we really need to focus on is involving all levels of government and all communities. The people that live on the landscape, we talk about Indigenous communities. I come from a very rural riding. My riding's the size of Nova Scotia. There's 38 municipalities, 14 First Nations, a national park in the middle of it, and 28 Hutterite colonies. It's huge, right? And we've got a lot of issues. We had, in 2020, there was 13 municipalities impacted. It was a flood in the middle of July 1st, actually. Town of Rapid City lost their dam. They just still don't have any drinking water. The Little Saskatchewan River got hit. The area of impact was the size of PEI. 200 infrastructure units, culverts, roads blew out just in my municipality alone. Can you imagine if PEI got wiped out like that? Where would we be on the news? There'd be television cameras all over the place. Not a stitch. It was in the middle of my riding and no one talked about it. It was, 30 miles from Brandon, Manitoba. So when we talk about we got to do something about water, we still have to involve the community so they have the tools, they have the wherewithal that they can go and repair it and do the right thing. That is what I see over and over again as a farmer. We have the solutions. So we as communities, we have the ability, we have the knowledge that we can fix things and make them better as a species. We can do that. So that's why I'm really a proponent of Ecological Goods and Services program, where society wants to store water somewhere, or they want to protect their cities, or they want to create a pothole somewhere and create some wetlands. Society would actually help the farmers or the landscape managers, pay for that, actually accommodate it and manage it. They would pay them to manage it. So it's called the Ecological Goods and Services Program. Some of you might know it as ALICE, Alternate Land Use Services Program. It's running here in Ontario. PEI's actually got a provincial approach. It was piloted actually in the riding in 2000 in Keystone Agriculture Producers, which I was part of that organization for several years, was the first organization to test it in Canada. And I think we can learn a lot from that model The key is going to be, when we're dealing with water, is making sure that the communities and the people that are on the landscape have just as much say in what's going to happen on their landscape, and don't have it as it's top down, that all these agencies get together and say, well, we don't have money, or you know what, it's a province's fault, or it's the RM's fault, or heaven forbid if it's Ottawa's fault. So, like, I mean, we got to get our act together on this, but I think there is we're Canadian, and we should be able to work together, and we do have the avenues to be the model of all the world and how to deal with water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazier. Thank you to all of our panelists. We are running a bit behind schedule, so I've been informed that we don't have time for a full Q&A, but we do have time to hear from each panelist briefly. So the question that we have for each of you in any order is, in one sentence, give or take, what's one action item that we should take away that the federal government needs to do to secure Canada's water resources and water security for future generations of Canadians?
Pick a lane. Are you going to save water in Winnipeg sewage treatment facility versus rapid transit? You're going to save the air, you're going to save the water. Pick a lane.
Well, one thing.
Give or take.
Yeah, give or take one thing. Well, I don't think there is that one thing, because every part of the country has a different challenge. You know, if in the prairies it's drought, if you're in the Ottawa Valley or St. Lawrence Valley, it's, you know, flooding is a problem. You know, I guess, and emerging contaminants can be a problem, although we may not have reached that threshold yet. It's a very difficult question to answer, but I would say a very accurate flood forecasting system. We could start there and go from there. But this is the problem with water: is it's so ubiquitous, and the issues are so varied that it's very easy to get lost in the topic. So we do need some priority areas. I agree with that part of the question, but there's going to be more than one.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in before we get. Oh, donnez-moi un mot.
On veut tout parler.
We all want to speak. So if there's one thing that we need to say, if there's one thing that we need to say to the federal government is stop working in silos, talk to each other, and work together. I think that would be the most important thing, and that would mean that the policies and the bills that are adopted would have a water or an environmental lens that is used to examine things before the projects are finalized. So let's stop working in silos.
I was just going to say, Dan, I wanted to speak before it got too far away from your remarks as a farmer, and I wanted to share with you what happened in BC this fall didn't get covered either. Really, it didn't. We had big stories about collapsed infrastructure, but you didn't hear about the friends of my husband, the young couple that had been farming their 7 acres for years, and the flooding destroyed their farm, by which I mean the 7 acres fell into the river. The land their farm was on is gone. So the destructive power of what we do by ignoring the climate crisis, and I'm sorry to say we are still ignoring the climate emergency. We act as if we got a handle on it. We act as if we've got a plan. So my one thing would be, if we take the climate emergency seriously, if we understand this is an emergency, and every policy, every single element of the federal budget is through the lens of the climate emergency, then we would reduce dramatically the threat of killer droughts that so hurt our farm families. I know how many young farm couples are at suicide risk in the prairies. I'm not insensitive to that. I'm not saying it's all about BC. But we are in crisis, and we are a wealthy, developed nation. And God knows we have lots of leadership from Indigenous wisdom and knowledge. And again, thank you. Thank you, Claudette. And thank you. I'm going to say your last name wrong. I'm sure of this, Chief Debassige. I'm not sure if I said it right, but your speech was so powerful. And thank you so much. I just wanted to say the one thing is take the climate emergency seriously and move heaven and earth to hold to 1.5 degrees, and that includes my friends in the Liberals and NDPs doing a deal for 2025 that does not consider climate. Thank you.
Chief
If I may?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. So my sentence is a bit of a run-on sentence, but it will be a sentence nonetheless. So we need to hold politicians and leadership at all levels accountable, and to have them treat water and environment as a bipartisan issue in an honest and transparent way, created with a foundation on sustaining life of all living beings, including humans, animals, insects, and all that we need to survive. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, final word.
Maybe I'll just mention one of the things I wasn't able to get to in my speech. Just one small issue that I think that we also need to remember is that the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, which was decimated, was restored but wasn't fully restored. And so there's work to be done there to fully restore the protections to our navigable waters.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. That was a wonderful discussion. I wish we had more time, but it's time to go. So, we're going to move to a 15-minute break. We'll be reconvening at 10:30 for those of you who are able to stay with us, and we'll have our knowledge and science panel. Thank you.
ever before, causing glaciers, an important source of our fresh water, to melt away. And catastrophic flooding, and droughts, and wildfires, and billions of dollars of damage. It's not just quantity. The quality of our water is also under threat. Algae taking over our lakes, mining waste ponds leaking into groundwater, boil water advisories across the continent. So how do we face unprecedented challenges crossing borders and affecting every aspect of life? We use the best of science across many disciplines to forecast what the future holds, developing improved models to predict seasonal water flows and disasters, and to assess risks to water quality and human health, building the tools the world needs to manage water risks and protect people, communities, and economies. We're working with the public to translate our discoveries into helpful, made-to-measure solutions.
The North is one of the most rapidly changing places on the planet. Warming is happening in the North 2 to 3 times faster than the global average. There's a great urgency to understand these changes, predict these changes, and help develop solutions.
Canada's boreal is the largest biome we have in Canada. It's more people are working, playing, and living in the boreal, and it's an important part of Canada's economy. When we look at recent disasters such as the Slave Lake wildfire, in particular the Fort McMurray wildfire, where 80,000 people were evacuated and 2,500 homes were destroyed, we really have to consider how we're going to create a more resilient interface between the wildland, which has floods, changing forests and fire, and protecting humans and resources.
Maybe looking at the way in which our people have accumulated knowledge of our environment over 1,000 years might help shape science. And water is the air, water is clouds, water is our bodies. And so we have a very different orientation towards water.
I lead this Global Water Futures project called Mountain Water Futures, and the goal of our research in this program is to improve water security for the mountain regions of Western Canada and hopefully around the world. I think what our research is trying to do is similar to all Global Water Futures projects, is just improve Canada's ability to steward their water and know what it's going to be like for future generations.
We're making tough choices simpler.
The overall goal of Lake Futures is to deliver risk management solutions for Great Lakes and their watersheds. How different management options within the lakes and within their watersheds can be used to improve our water quality without impacting economic growth.
Maintaining food security is a wicked problem. What we're really trying to understand is how climate and then landscape attributes, but also human decision-making, how these all interact to influence water quantity and water quality, both now and in the future.
We are working towards the development of technologies, innovative new technologies to improve our measurement and monitoring of Canada's water resources in the face of climate change.
We're diagnosing and predicting change in cold regions.
This environment is changing dramatically. This glacier over the last 3 years has been melting faster than ever recorded, and we've already had 2.5 meters of ice melt this year.
How we manage our land and wastewater directly affects our drinking water. We're using data mining and artificial intelligence to help water treatment plants purify our water.
We have hundreds of partners like Environment, Climate Change Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Agriculture Canada, but also the provincial agencies and some of the communities. Global Water Futures has simply tapped into this tremendous talent that's across the country. So it was the right place and the right time, and we're doing it.
Global Water Futures. We're working together to prepare for the future of our water.
Okay, folks, we're going to bring it back, so just ask you to find your seat, and we'll get started with the next panel. Well, we're missing panels. Oh, there we go. Everybody's in person, right? Pardon? Everybody's in person for this one? Is that right? Everybody's in person, yeah. Okay. Yes, we're all in the flesh. Yeah. Oh, there she is. Okay, wonderful. So it's my pleasure to introduce the Water Knowledge Panel. This panel will be facilitated by Dr. Annette Trimby, President and Vice Chancellor at MacEwan University. And then following this panel, Mr. Bob Sanford will close out the event with a few remarks. Dr. Trimby?
Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be with you here live today, and I'd also like to welcome the people that are listening online to the Science and Policy Solutions Panel. I want to acknowledge that we are located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, and I also want to acknowledge the time we are in. I want to thank Elder Commanda for opening us off in a good way. My other claim to fame, I'm not only the president of MacEwan University, I grew up down the street a couple blocks away from Terry Duguid, so I'm Red River Métis and proud to have lived half my life in Winnipeg and half my life in Edmonton. We have an amazing panel up here today, a panel that is loaded with wisdom, incredibly networked, incredibly passionate about water, and I think you will find they have a lot of tenacity and they are very hopeful people. They've all had very interesting careers, and water is very much a thread to their career and their life stories. So I'm going to, ask them all a couple of questions, and when I ask you your first question, maybe just say a little bit about who you are. And we're going to start with John Pomeroy. I thought it would be fitting to have him set the stage for us and help us understand why this is such an important moment for water security in Canada, and to speak a little bit about the role of science, the role of Indigenous knowledge, the role of leadership. So over to you, John.
Thank you so much, President Trimby, and I want to thank you for being able to sit with this esteemed panel of scholars. Very honored to be here representing the knowledge and science from over 200 professors and 1,100 researchers and students at 23 universities who are increasing our knowledge of water and finding solutions to the water crisis through their work in the Canada First Research Excellence Fund's Global Water Futures program. We're extremely grateful to the Government of Canada, provincial partners, and hundreds of community, industry, First Nation, and other supporters for this 7-year program, which ends next year, unfortunately without renewal possibilities. GWF is a continuance of a series of national research networks focusing on climate and water that stretch back 30 years to the early 1990s, and in fact led early on by the Inland Waters Directorate of Environment Canada at that time. We hope we can find a way forward to continue this research after the cessation of CFREF funding for this particular program. Why? Because we are in the midst of a worsening climate crisis due to excess concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. I believe you know this. The planet has warmed by more than 1 degree Celsius, but Canada has warmed by more than 2 degrees Celsius, and northern Canada by more than 3 degrees Celsius. And the business as usual scenarios, which are the ones that we use, suggest we could see 9 to 11 degrees further warming in northern Canada by the end of this century, which is unthinkable. It's already caused deadly heat waves, melting snow and ice, thawing permafrost, has intensified the hydrological cycle from conditions under which our species and our natural environment have evolved together. This change is hurtling us into an unfamiliar world where our experience, our traditional approaches no longer provide adequate guidance for preserving our environment, building our prosperity, looking after each other in safe, healthy communities. Dr. Jim Bruce, a famous Canadian water and climate scientist and member of FLOW, has said that water is the teeth by which climate change bites. We are being bitten now. Canada has undergone an unprecedented number of water-related natural disasters since the turn of the century. They are severe, and my latest estimation is that we are approaching $40 billion of damage now since the turn of the century to our homes, communities, industry, agriculture, and infrastructure. The damage to our lives is even more severe than the economic costs show. Our water disasters have broken the trusting relationship we once had with water in this country. The dream of the community or cottage on the lake or river has become a nightmare of a flooded home, washed out bridges, inadequate water supply for many. And the promise of a rich harvest after seeding for farmers has been broken by drought or floods too many times. The rivers and lakes where Indigenous peoples have lived sustainably for countless generations no longer provide reliably safe drinking water for their communities, nor adequate clean water for the ecosystems on which we all depend upon. This is not a situation that we can take any pride in. Our Great Lakes are not supposed to look green and to be toxic to life. We have not managed our water very well under the pressures of economic development and climate change, and we need to change our approach to water management lest we experience even more extreme water events without adequate preparation and adaptation. What can we do? Plenty. Canada is in dire need of national leadership on water because water is the medium through which climate change impacts our economy, communities, and ecosystems. The climate crisis is automatically a water crisis. Water-based adaptations to climate change extend beyond municipal, Indigenous, provincial, territorial, national boundaries. They extend beyond individual services and federal government departments, and so require national solutions, and they have to be cooperative solutions. We need to restore our water bodies and adapt to the changes of climate change. We need national coordination, new investment, novel technologies applied to prediction of floods and droughts, identification of properties and infrastructure at risk from future floods, and strategies to better protect communities from the economic devastation of flooding. We need funds ready for disaster mitigation and adaptation, flood and drought recovery, and the use of natural infrastructure, wetlands, peatlands, and forests to help reduce the impacts of flooding and drought. We need to support calls for a UN year of glacier preservation and work with countries around the world to better understand the impacts of deglaciation on our mountain water supplies. We need extraordinary and coordinated planning and efforts to protect our fresh water through conservation of rivers, lakes, wetlands, and their watersheds. And we need a national water agency, as has been stated here, with the capacity, financial means, and legal foundation to coordinate this. We need the leading edge research and science capacity to inform wise water decisions and build state-of-the-art water prediction and management systems. For this to work in an area where our national priority must include reconciliation, we need to include Indigenous water rights in the legal foundation and operation of approaches to restore our water sustainability. These responses should be fully co-developed with our Indigenous communities. The impacts of rapidly accelerating climate change on our national waters have become unmanageable at the local level and are not equitable in how they impact people. Time is running out to take our water crisis seriously. We need an active, service-oriented, ambitious Canada Water Agency, an embodiment of cooperative federalism, working with all to protect our ecosystems, communities, infrastructure, farms, and industries in a drier, hotter, stormier, and more catastrophic future that is coming far faster than we anticipated. I'm confident that Canada can make the wise choices now to help us adapt to the climate crisis and be a beacon to the world of how to manage fresh water. But time is running out. We must act now. No more foot dragging. We've been discussing Canada Water Agency for almost 8 years. and we don't have time to discuss it anymore. We need it helping us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for setting the stage. You packed a lot in there. Ambitious, a power waterhouse, now's the time. So you mentioned the importance of Indigenous knowledge, and I'm going to pass the baton now to Don Martin-Hill and pose a question. What would First Nations, Métis, Inuit nations need to advance water security for their territories? And I know that you're going to speak as well as you've got a presentation.
I hope I have a presentation. There it is. So thank you for inviting me, and I'll try to answer that question in 5 minutes. And Yahweh to Elder Commanda for her words this morning. We really need those. I want to talk about bringing life forth from the water, and that is called Haudenosaunee Women's Water Law in the spirit of the True Wampum, which is a wampum agreement we made between the Haudenosaunee Nation and the newcomers. So here's our framework and some of the highlights that I wanted to draw out in terms of the way Haudenosaunee are bringing interdisciplinary climate change adaptation, water security through a First Nations lens. So the design you see is on a turtle's back, and the climate change data that we, is like all the other data, it has dire consequences for our culture, for our community at Six Nations. We need to begin developing mitigation measures, and this type of data and research helps us to do that within a Haudenosaunee lens. Again, we do a number of projects. We have 4 with Global Water Futures, and I just wanted to highlight some of the positives because there's just a lot of negative right now. Maternal wellness, we found, as identified by the community, was a great concern, and for good reason. So the study demonstrated that, in fact, women's maternal and child health has dire consequences when they do not have access to clean water. And we also developed a Haudenosaunee wellness model to design the way our research team would conduct mental health, maternal health, physical health, and cultural well-being. And we draw from our Haudenosaunee Ganyo for that. The other frameworks that we've been designing on top of this one go along with the other science teams who are trying to apply a framework that we've developed. It's not the United Nations framework, but I think that we hit a number of ways of capacity building, using storytelling, using technology, using apps to tell all the findings, because the community needs to have this information accessible. The children need to have capacity building technologies that resonate with them. And if you download that QR code, you can see a 13-minute version of our Sky World where all our teachings about water come from, all the way to how to do water testing as you journey down the Grand River and hopefully claim a lot of veranda and power as you try to mitigate the impacts of climate change on our river. So taking data and putting in a style that's community designed, I did not want to do a VR, but I am, is part of the training. We want to do water treatment plant operator simulations so that we can get our people certified to run these water treatment plants. We need to be able to put our young people's voices and elevate them, because they're going to inherit this mess that we've handed to them. And we're sharing science data, we're sharing elder stories, technology, art, song, dance, through our award-winning podcast that our youth are leading. The kids in our schools are developing our mapping, and they're doing mapping of waterways, technology, GIS, and they're getting certified from McMaster for university credit. We're also sharing co-creation examples with graduate students who are, this whole team is being run by graduate students. So these kinds of co-creating of knowledges to mitigate climate change and ensure water security futures for the next generation is really important, but we need sustainability, and getting grants on top of being a mom and having 9 grandchildren and teaching 4 courses. When he said in academia, and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is full-time, 24/7, and it's not sustainable. We need support. We've designed a number of ways in which we can work together. We have beautiful teams from across Canada of scientists, hydrologists, engineers, civil scientists, biologists, and the whole gamut, and we're all working together, but we're doing it on top of our regular jobs. What we want to pay attention to is groundwater. Our elders have already identified groundwater as the breast milk for human beings and only human beings, and it's not being cared for very well. We need to preserve it and conserve it. We need to do way more on wastewater. Six Nations is not water secure, but yet we're not on any list of boiled water advisories, when in fact many homes don't even have running water. So we need to deal with the bigger issue, the source water, and doing this to achieve sustainable development goals by capacity building, making sure women are running the entire project from ground to dissemination. As part of our project, every single team lead is Indigenous or Haudenosaunee, and we're working really well together with our partners, with the men. In a matriarchal society, that's how it goes, as our team is learning. So we're doing really well, but we need support. Without a Canadian Water Agency that truly supports Indigenous sciences, arts, technologies, we will not be able to sustain this in this level of 24/7. It's not fair to anyone. And in honoring the two-row wampum, it would be really good to have an agency, whether it's called an Indigenous Arts Technology Institute within the Canadian Water Agency or whoever, but you need to do more. You need to do better. As Indigenous people, we know how to do this. We've looked after our water and our lands for thousands of years. In the last 100, they've been completely decimated and contaminated, so we don't have clean drinking water. It's only right that reconciliation happens by offering Indigenous people a lead role in the Canadian Water Agency, not a marginal role, but a lead role, and that our science, the way we want to do things, is finally acknowledged, because we've always had science. We've always had science, engineering, irrigation, agriculture, medicine. You've been taught something different. We know how to do this. We need to lead, and we need to be given the resources and the stability and the structure to do so. So I support Canada in trying to do better, to create a better water policy, and to ensure First Nations have a water-secure future. Thank you. Nyawe Danitu.
Well, I'm now going to ask Francois de Gaspé-Beauvain, who's not coming from the academic sector, but who I think has been passionate about water for a long time, and maybe from your perspective, a little bit about the role of the private sector and philanthropy and your personal interest in how your family got so involved in water, and perhaps some advice for elected officials, you know, with respect to what the big thing they can do. So how do we get all hands on deck? And I think that follows from Don quite nicely, because it's going to take all of us.
Thank you, Madam President. My parents are dialed in. My father is in his 95th year. And I'd like to share with you a family story that occurred 8 years ago. My children, my nephews and nieces, came to see us, and they're the 14th generation of Canadians born in Canada. And our family has a tradition of giving back. And they came to us and they said, well, we've talked about it, and we want to pick water. Water is really important. And so today I have an apology to all of you, to my children, my family, and to all of your children and their children's children. I had no clue. I did not know that climate change is a water crisis. I did not know that our water is in dire straits. I thought, as most Canadians believe, we have an abundance of water. Il n'y a pas de problème. Tout va bien.
No problem. Everything is fine.
And so I have a sincere apology to give to all of you, that most of us, not you in this room, but most of us are woefully ignorant about the crisis that we are living. I was particularly touched by First Nation Chief Linda Debassige, who said she wishes to speak for a precious entity that does not have a voice. We, as a family, in conjunction with others, RBC, IBM, Ovivo, and hopefully all of you, wish to give that precious, precious resource a voice. Many years ago, my father recognized that we Canadians were woefully inactive. He started an organization called Participaction. Some of you may recall. We were comparing the fact that the average 82-year-old Swede was in a better physical condition than the average 32-year-old Canadian. And he started a movement to educate Canadians about the importance of physical fitness. My friends, today, I've launched an ad campaign reaching 20 million Canadians about a movement called Aqua Action. Our mandate is to educate, to reach out and teach Canadians about the importance of fresh water and on the crisis that we're living, that climate change, has been said so eloquently, is a crisis of water. Terry mentioned this morning, I didn't know that, Terry, that 90% of the effects of climate change, 90% are manifested through water. So we're a family of media, entrepreneurs, and that's the expertise that we bring, not scientists. So we want to engage Canadians with your help. We take entrepreneurship very seriously. Therefore, starting 8 years ago, my mother started this initiative. The baton has been passed on. But the idea is to get young Canadians to innovate. We've done 10 aqua hackings across the country. 36 companies have started. Young entrepreneurs, 52% led by women. Nicolas, who's sitting over there, Nicolas, lève-toi s'il te plaît. Nicolas is the founder of Can Forecast. Do you know that close to a third of all the fresh water that we treat, that we pipe, is lost? Take 100 rideaux canals. Prenez toute cette eau et jetez la poubelle.
Take this water and throw it. You throw it in a garbage can.
Using artificial intelligence that tells us where the leaks are happening, where the pipes are going to burst, and let's fix it before it happens. What I would implore our elected officials, please, if we have one opportunity, it's a strong Canadian water agency, independent. It's Indigenous, it's municipal, it's provincial, it's federal, it's citizens, it's for-profit, non-profit. All of us coming together, a Venn diagram. We cannot, must not work in silos. We have to pull together. And we have solutions. As opposed to despairing, look at the future, the young innovators who are bringing solutions to our crisis. So my message, je vous en supplie, please lean in. Please go to aquaaction.org. Please sign up. And to our elected officials, we need une agence canadienne de l'eau indépendante et forte.
An independent and strong Canadian water agency. Thank you.
Fantastic. Over to Dr. Corinne Schuster-Wallace. We heard this morning about Sustainable Development Goals, and perhaps you could share with us a little bit more about how the climate change water crisis relates to SDG goals.
Absolutely, I can. And the first thing that everybody needs to know is that water either impacts on or is impacted by at least one target in every single Sustainable Development Goal. So water threads all the way through. And of course, then we have, as we heard this morning, the dedicated water goal, SDG 6. I encourage all of you to know your numbers. Mine are 3, 5, 6, and 13. 3 is health, 5 is gender equity, 6 is water, and 13 is climate action. Everybody here, in some way, shape, or form, relates to multiple Sustainable Development Goals. And the reason that we need to know this, the reason that we need to be aware of this, and the reason that we need to link what's happening in Canada with the water crisis is that the Sustainable Development Goals, fundamentally, you heard this morning, they're about poverty eradication. They're about more than that. They're definitely about poverty eradication. They're about balancing economic growth, social development, and environmental integrity. And it's the balancing, and again, we heard this morning from the chief about not putting the economy first. That balance is really important because that's what gives us the resilience, that's what gives us the sustainable and equitable management, and it also gives us the access to water that everybody in Canada should have. We heard about the rights, we've heard about the crises, and so we really need to be achieving water-related Sustainable Development Goal targets in Canada because that is what's going to underpin the resilience. That's what's going to realize the resilience, the strength, the Indigenous knowledge, That's what we're going to be able to do to weather, pun may be intended, the water-related crises that are facing us from coast to coast to coast. We had flooding on both sides, east and west, at the same time through 2 atmospheric rivers in the fall. In the spring, we had flooding up in the Northwest Territories. Again, this is affecting people across Canada, different times, different places. But there's another piece to the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's the equity, because not every person in Canada is being affected in the same way at the same time. But even if you are impacted by the same event, people have very different experiences. I'm talking about intersectionality. I'm talking about the different values and the different ways in which we either are resilient or we're vulnerable. Our socioeconomic status, our ethnic status, our residential status, we heard about that, and immigrants to Canada, our age, our gender, all of these intersect to either make us more resilient or to make us more vulnerable. And so we need to be able to understand who's vulnerable, where they're vulnerable, and why they're vulnerable to these different events, floods, droughts. Again, we've heard farmer stories this morning. We've heard stories about people who's lost lives, families lost lives in floods. We've heard about suicides. So many different ways in which people, it's not just livelihoods, it's not just physical health, it's mental health, it's loss of memories, personal memories, it's loss of homes. How do people come back from that? And it becomes intergenerational. And so this is where the Sustainable Development Goals become an absolute mandatory achievement in Canada. But what it also means is that we're able to harness all of the expertise, all of the technologies you've heard about, all of the research, and we're able to take that overseas. We're able to take it overseas in trade, and we're also able to take it overseas in terms of international development. We have a feminist international agenda here, and women, again, we've heard it, women are the protectors of water in many Indigenous communities in Canada and elsewhere. But women are also in sub-Saharan Africa, in other regions of the world. They're the ones who fetch the water. They're the ones responsible for household water. And they're the ones who, when there isn't enough water or there's too much water, insufficient water quality, they're the ones who spend more time fetching water. It's the girls who don't go to school because they're fetching water. And so when we think about all of the technologies, when we think about all of the knowledge that we have, first of all, we have to get our own house in order. We have to be able to meet them in Canada. We can't have 99% access to drinking water and wastewater management. We have to be universal, everybody, everywhere. But then we have to take it overseas to the benefit of us living in Canada, but also to the benefit particularly of people in low and middle income countries. So thank you very much.
About the political panel and how we heard about a range of
microphone, please.
Involved in water, impacts being inequitable, and there were different perspectives around roles, I think it's fair to say. So perhaps you could give us your take on what could the Canada Water Agency do to improve water governance, given the nature of involvements of so many orders of government.
Sure. Thank you. I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to come at it from that perspective. And if you left the panel this morning thinking, wow, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pull this off, I agree. It seemed like there were lots of silos and different perspectives. And so I want to start with a story about the status quo and about how the status quo gets changed sometimes, even when it seems impossible. In 1919, in Alberta, so that's 103 years ago, a woman named Emily Murphy was appointed a judge. And she was, just a few years before that, the women had been given the vote in Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. It was still going to take a while in other parts of the country, and Indigenous women wouldn't get the vote until 1960s. But they were able to exercise full political rights, but couldn't hold public office because our Constitution said you could only hold public office if you're a man. It was sort of ambiguous on that count, and so our Constitution at that time. So what happens is a few years later, the Alberta government puts up Emily Murphy as a nomination for Senate, 1922, and Prime Minister King at that time said, no, not a person, no. And so then, you know, over the next 5 years, over a period of 10 years, 5 different governments across Canada put up women for Senate appointments. Every single time, the federal government said, no, not a person, can't come in. And so a group of 5 women finally went to the Supreme Court, asked for an interpretation. Please tell me that our Constitution includes women, can hold public office. And the Supreme Court of Canada said, no, in fact, we must maintain the status quo. Our Constitution needs to be interpreted as it was originally laid out. It does not grow. It stays the same. And so then those women went to the final appeal body at that time, which was in England, at the Privy Council, and said, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and said, can we have an interpretation? And they said, yes, indeed. Women are persons under the law. They can hold public office. And that was in 1929. And thank God for that, because if not, half of the panel you just heard wouldn't have been there. Would have been 2 people probably on the panel, right? They couldn't have been MPs. They couldn't be judges. So, you know, the panel, one of the justices at the time in England said, Canada's Constitution is a living tree capable of growth, and it adapts to society's changes. Laws and institutions adapt. And Beverly McLaughlin, who was a Supreme Court justice, said Canada became a global force at that moment. We became a legal entity worthy of respect and emulation and study around the world in 1929 because we decided to take a principled and measured evolution of our Constitution to respond to what society wants. And I bring this up because that's a moment, we're in one of those moments again right now. On water governance this time, not women's rights. It's on water governance, and it's whether or not we're going to change the way that we make decisions to be able to cope with the forces that are on us right now. This is a moment for nation building. This is not just about creating an agency or tinkering around the edges of how we manage water. We created the status quo. We can change the status quo. It's complicated, as you heard some of the folks say this morning, but it is what is absolutely necessary. A Canada Water Agency and our governing institutions have to be founded on 2 main things, that climate and water. It's the common crisis. You have to deal with them both with equal intensity and force and attention. And also that no one government can go it alone. Water crosses every political and legal boundary we have. You cannot deal with a water problem by yourself. No government can, no matter what your political beliefs are. So we have to be able to change the way we govern. What I think that means is that we have to create collaborative governance tables. We have cooperative federalism. People come, they cooperate, they go back, they do what they want. Sometimes they reach agreement. I think we need to push that to become a collaborative governance table. Only the federal government can really lead this. They have the might, the money, the reach to be able to convene a table like this, a series of tables. The Canada Water Agency can lead on this. They should lead on this. This is the moment for that. They need an independent, focused, clear mandate to do that. They can convene these governance tables with all the governments that need to be there. Indigenous governments, as you heard, bring fundamental values to the table that we don't include right now. So Indigenous governments, federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, that's what's needed, collaborative governance. That's how you deal with reconciliation in water. That's how you have that conversation. That's where it is. That's how you figure out these complex, complicated water issues. And I'll just end with When you come to a collaborative governance table, those players who come there have to think differently about what it means to have jurisdiction. It doesn't mean I've got my jurisdiction, I'm going to guard it, I may or may not work with you. It means I bring my jurisdiction to the table to collaborate with you to figure out a solution to this problem that affects us all, every single one of us, every single government. The Canada Water Agency should lead that. It should clean up the federal house in terms of this, all these silos and all these different jurisdictions, all these different departments that have everything, and then it should pivot to the other governments and say, let's have this conversation and let's deal with how to collaborate based on all of the jurisdictions that are there. That's how you deal with all of the wetland problems that Elizabeth May brought up and the practical issues that Francis Scarpaleggia brought up, et cetera, is through that kind of a conversation. Thank you.
I'm going to turn on my microphone. I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions. And I know that Laura is also monitoring for the people participating virtually. So anyone in the room with a question?
Everyone at once is embarrassing.
We're not used to being in rooms together just yet. Usually we just chat on the Zoom, so. Simone.
Do you have a mic or my voice is
She's coming with a microphone.
Thank you. Then, excellent, everyone. Very insightful and inspiring. John, you mentioned that we've been talking about the Canadian Water Agency for the last 8 years. Then Canadians are known to be patient, right? But my question is, now that we all talk about a sense of urgency, that there's a burning platform about water, then what are the 1 or 2 levers that the Prime Minister, that all the elected officials need to better understand to make it a priority and to really kind of understand that the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of action, right? Then if you are the Prime Minister tomorrow morning, what would be kind of your call to action?
That's an interesting idea.
I would vote for you, by the way.
Thank you. There's so many things that could be done. We have actually some superb expertise in the Government of Canada on water, but it's scattered. So it's a groundwater theme for World Water Day. Let's look at groundwater. So Natural Resources Canada has a groundwater group in the Geological Survey of Canada that looks at this. But the provinces measure it. Some do, some don't. Some collect the data in compatible archives, some don't. However, then what about groundwater when we can see it? Well, then it's stream flow. Well, that's Water Survey of Canada in Environment Canada that's measuring that. Well, what about recharge? Well, recharge is surface water hydrology. That tends to be within Environment Canada. So we absolutely, this is irrational and insane to treat water like this, and water doesn't care how we treat it, but we're mistreating it and misunderstanding it. We need to bring these together coherently. There are things that we can do, taking our water quantity and quality measurements, improving the quality, coupling these together into a coherent survey, bringing forward the groundwater and glaciers into that database, so Canadians finally have one place where they can go and look and see how much water we have and where it is and what its quality is. And then forecasting. We're the only G7 country not to have a national water forecasting system. We leave it to the provinces. The federal government has a nascent program, which is encouraging, but we don't have our act together. It's not public. You can go to the United States and look on a NOAA website, and you can get a weather forecast and a water forecast. You can't in Canada. And it's costing us a lot of money. We just started discussing the Canada Water Agency 8 years ago after the Calgary floods, $6 billion of damage. And because we need better forecast, better preparation, all the rest. And then we have the British Columbia floods. We've had the Manitoba floods. We've had the Saskatchewan floods, the Ontario-Quebec floods, the New Brunswick floods, the Yukon floods. All that we were not prepared. And it's a horrible Groundhog Day approach instead of World Water Day. So basically, I think through the machinery of government, many of these things could be brought together. It has to be a service-oriented approach. It has to be through a roundtables with the provinces and territories. We have to have the Indigenous nations, communities in there as part of water management, and then also our big cities, our Torontos, our Vancouvers, Calgarys, Montreals, Winnipegs, they all need to be in on these discussions. It has to be that truly national approach, but essentially it's the national government of Canada that has to lead that, and that's where the leadership must come from.
François wants to add.
If I were advising the Prime Minister, I would use one word, just one: focus. I'm going to say something that's going to get me in hot water, and I'm going to say it anyway. Forgive the pun. Net zero is very, very important. We all endorse net zero. Canada gets to net zero, China in a day will have more emissions than we do in a year. Here's the point. We are the custodians of the planet when it comes to fresh water. Close to a quarter of the fresh water of the world is in our hands. 5 million lakes. That's just the lakes. We have rivers that are larger than certain countries. It is our responsibility for our children, and for the planet to focus on water. I'll give you one more calling card, Mr. Prime Minister. Water will be the next oil. Let me repeat that. Water will be the next oil. We have the knowledge, we have the talent, we have the smarts, we have the people. We need to come together now. Solutions now. Canadian Water Agency, now. L'urgence est maintenant, pas demain, maintenant. Independent, strong.
Urgency is now.
Collaboratively together. Merci.
If I may, which I don't want to dilute what you said, but I think you answered your own question. It's the cost of inaction, because a water agency is not just about water. Obviously, it's about water. We heard that from John. It's about people. And we heard this morning from Mr. Duguid about that 32 billion. That's insured losses. That's not personal. It's not loss of life. It's not loss of memories. That's the insured loss. And so it has to be about the people, which then also has an implication for a water agency, because yes, it has to be independent, yes, it has to be all of the things that we've heard about today, but it also has to link very, very strongly back to health data, to the Public Health Agency of Canada and to Health Canada. It has to link to Statistics Canada so that we have that socioeconomic data. And so we have to be thinking about this, yes, about the water, but also about the people.
Can I answer one more? So I assume that people like Corinne and John and Dawn are going to get what they want in terms of science and integrated knowledge. And I know that's a big assumption, but I start with, and then what? And the reason I start there is because it comes down to decisions. All the water problems we face started mostly as a decision that a human made somewhere. So to me, decisions, that's governance. That's why I always go back to, and then what? So if I was talking to the Prime Minister, I would say, building on a story Ralph Pentland told me, and as Elizabeth May said, probably all of us in this room at one point or other worked for Ralph Pentland. I probably still do also. When he was in the federal family working, he had lots of money. And he went around the country and negotiated many of the water agreements that we know exist today. And he was able to do that fairly quickly. And maybe they're not, in terms of today, they didn't involve Indigenous people, say, and so we've got a lot of work to fix them. But that, to me, is the fundamental, very tangible thing we need to do. We need to show up, create tables, bring money, and form agreements about how all these jurisdictions are going to work together. Say, Indigenous people, you have rights and jurisdictions, come to the table. Let's talk about who's going to do what on monitoring, on regulatory stuff. That's what I meant about think differently about your jurisdiction. It's not competition. It's who does what in a moment, in a place, and put that in agreement. I think it needs to nest right up to watershed and basin level. We've done it in the Great Lakes. We've done it in the Mackenzie. We can do it everywhere. And I think that's how you prepare yourself for a climate-impacted future.
Thank you for taking us back to decision making. Any more questions in the room? Laura, any questions through Zoom? Over there.
Yeah,
Could you share who you are?
Ralph Pentland. So Marilyn, you don't work for me, no. Marilyn told us a little bit about her experience with the difference between cooperative federalism and collaborative governance. I wonder if you could, and I know you've done some experimenting on that in Manitoba. I wonder if you could just share with us a little bit about your experience in, I think maybe the first experiment of its type in Canada. If you could share a little bit of that with us.
I didn't plant that question, but thanks, Ralph. Very briefly, so in Manitoba, starting about 5 years ago, we started what we called a reconciliation-based collaborative governance process. It's called the Collaborative Leadership Initiative. And we work with one of my organizations I work with, CEER, the Centre for Indigenous Environmental Resources, worked with the Metropolitan Region, Winnipeg Metropolitan Region, Colleen Sklar is here, and the Southern Chiefs Organization, which represents 33 First Nations in southern Manitoba. Those entities together represent probably 70% of the population, 68% of the GDP for Manitoba. And we thought, okay, First Nations are not the same as municipal governments. In fact, they have jurisdiction at the municipal, provincial, federal, international level, but there's a bunch of unexercised jurisdiction where the water is, right on the ground level. Municipalities and First Nations need to work together, and they hadn't been in a room in 150 years. They'd never been in a room together like this. So we brought 27 leaders together to go through a 3-year process, basically, to restructure how they're going to work together as governments. And it started with a number of meetings that were really about understanding our history and reconciliation and getting them to understand each other's jurisdictions and what they could do or not do together, and then moving towards actually now doing things. And there's a whole number of projects they're now working on, focused on natural infrastructure and climate and waste and water, many things. The thing that started this, it was funded by Environment Canada under the Lake Winnipeg Basin Program, was the belief that we can't save Lake Winnipeg if we can't even make one common decision together. One decision in the in this one direction. So that's what started it. It was to save the lake. And that's because, to me, the path to water is through governance. And so we're now taking this initiative across the country and are looking for other locations where we may be able to work with municipalities or other governments and Indigenous nations to do the same kind of thing, collaborative governance. Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to online. Any online questions? Laura? Good. Good.
So we have a few questions from our audience, and a lot of them are related to citizen science and I guess community action, or just individual and community steps that you can take right now. So I'm curious, and I think our audience is curious, is what role or roles do you see community members and citizen scientists playing? And how do we support collective impact from many independent grassroots efforts across Canada in building what we're trying to build here today? So I guess this is a question for the panel. How can an individual or community build on this?
We'll start with Dawn. This feels like reach for the top. Everybody's pressing their button or one of those.
Do I really want to answer? There's so much that we're trying to build the tools. Everything that we've designed is about our community having low-cost sensors that they can then monitor tap water, monitor their well water, monitor their river water, and download it on their app. We have a mental health app that's related to being developed to youth who are dealing with ecological grief. So there's a number of tools and technologies that we're trying to get into everybody's hands in our society. We don't separate grassroots, community, scientists, like it's one mind working together that's going to have impact. And that's going to take all of us. So the more water literate, if you will, people become about the impacts even on maternal health. We had no idea the impact that water insecurity has, especially on young Indigenous moms who run out of water in the middle of winter and they have little babies at home. How do we get them to notify us so that that we know they're in crisis? And this crisis is going to happen not just to Indigenous moms. You've heard the data. We're heading in one direction. So the more people can mitigate and create tools and technology, the more we can get into our schools. I mean, literally trying to get into every school in the Haldeman tract to get them involved and get them certified. So by the time our youth are graduating high school, they have at least one university degree in environmental sciences or the social sciences dealing with water. So it's about creating pathways, building capacity, making sure that our schools are involved, similar to what you're talking about, educating the public. They matter, and they can pressure the decision makers who quite honestly have mismanaged our water. And I'll tell you this, Indigenous women have been left out of much of those conversations. We've not been invited to the table. I'm never at the table. If it weren't for John, I wouldn't be at this table. That's the truth of it. So, you know, I rely on these grassroots organizations in my community to get us and our voices out there, whether it's a podcast. So supporting and elevating Indigenous youth and voices in the public, making sure that your science becomes a story that is resonating and meaningful, like the virtual reality, where they go through and collect points and power as they learn about water, whether it's the Sky World or whether it's about learning how to test their water and use the sensors. The bottom line is making your science matter. And that's what we're really good at as Indigenous people, getting it into our people's hands. So I think that's a really good question, and I think the few of us cannot deal with the water issue. The gravity of it is enormous. It's going to take everybody, like the two-row wampum exemplifies. Thanks.
Excellent question. So a couple of points. First of all, when you get to a municipal level, the budget's fixed. They're trying to do much with little, and innovation is very hard because it doesn't set the paradigm. We launched an initiative called Aqua Entrepreneur. We bring resources, funds, we connect the entrepreneur to the municipality with the solution. We're bringing solutions to the problems, right? Not just, we need the science, but then we need to implement it into the marketplace. So we bring capital, we bring the entrepreneur, and then we're able to create a pilot. We're doing a pilot right now dans la ville de Montréal between entrepreneurs and the city on solution-based. Once you're able to show that it works, it is a lot easier to go back and raise capital. The other thing I'd like to share with you is that I'm a business person. I believe that there's a Venn diagram that we can make this work for everybody. I believe that Canada can export solutions that we build here to other countries, other areas of the world. We have to first start with our home base, but think about solutions that are addressing microplastics. I'm not sure if you know that most of you are drinking the equivalent of 52 credit cards a year through microplastic. We have entrepreneurs identifying how to remove microplastics. You take that solution to the municipality, you fund the beta. Then you have the ability of the municipality now to implement that for all our benefits, but en mieux, we can now export that, and that company built in Canada can make good returns and establish us again as a water leader. So there's an ability here to bridge between the needs of the municipality and the entrepreneur with solution-based.
We have so much that is being done at the grassroots towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the water-related Sustainable Development Goals. You heard this morning about the UN International Decade for Action to accelerate achievement of the water-related sustainable development goals. Canada needs to show what we're doing, and we have set up through the partners that you see, and actually in collaboration with Aqua Action, there's a CanadaWaterDecade.net, and you can go and you can tell us how you're acting, because I agree with the people who've posted these questions that we need to see that it's not just us, whether we're an individual, a high school student, a university student, a community, a municipality, a group of municipalities, a collaborative governance mechanism. It doesn't matter. If we're working towards improving water in Canada, we have a story to share, and it's great to have that solidarity and to know that you're not just by yourself. And so, again, check it out. Put your pin on the map. Share your resources, because what we've done is try to start a grassroots coordination mechanism so that people can see that they're not the only people working towards water-related sustainable development goals in Canada. And we'll be taking that to Tajikistan. Tajikistan, it hosts high-level panels, and are part of that coordination. You heard about the 2023 meeting in New York. And so there's an opportunity for Canada at Tajikistan to be able to speak to knowledge mobilization, to be able to speak to capacity development around water. And so, again, join the Canada Water Decade, because that's part of a much bigger international decade for action towards achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's all about civil society. It's all about grassroots.
Thank you, Corinne. It's 11:29. We're going to let Merle answer this question because it's such a good one, and Dr. Bob Sanford is going to perhaps make his way up to the pedestal and offer some synthesis. So over to you, Merle.
So is anybody familiar with, say, a government or multiple governments entering into agreements and then maybe not implementing them? So that's what citizens can do. When there are agreements that protect water, protect the waters you know and love or you live in, you need to know about them, and you need to hold governments accountable. You need to read them, and you need to ask questions, and you need to show up at meetings, and you need to push. And I negotiated agreements in the Mackenzie, and they were great, and I still wonder whether they will ever live up to their potential, because citizens need to push and know what's going on and what governs the waters that they care about. Similarly, I'm a commissioner with the International Joint Commission. That's pursuant to a treaty that's over 100 years old. Citizens need to get involved in transboundary waters. You know, that's what happens. They need to know and ask questions and push.
Perfect. I want to do as they did with the political panel and give each and every one of the panelists one more opportunity to either say what gives them hope or what one piece of advice do they want to give to. You choose who you want to give it to be honest with you. And let's, can we start with you, Dawn?
Oh, Lord. I would hope that my ancestors, my grandmothers from the Great Lakes area, who actually told us stories that one day we're going to stand in our water and not be able to see our feet, which is unthinkable back then. My hope and dream would be to talk to my ancestors to help us, to guide us, because we're going to need it in the next little while. Given the data, given the situation that we're already vulnerable, and we're vulnerable as Indigenous people in a state that was good times. We're now entering into a different time. And I would hope that our ancestors guide Canadians to have them understand the priority is not anything other than to continue to live life. Because if we continue to do capital and industry and extractive resources, you know, we're stealing our future generations from having life, getting their priorities straight. And the science is there. The great people have been saying this for 30, 40, 50 years, and nobody's listening. So what would I hope for? I would hope for prayers that people start listening, or your children and my children really are not going to inherit a future. We all know that. The data is clear. I can't even tell my community the data because they're already living through all kinds of historical trauma, and I'm going to give them more really bad news. So I have to develop mental health apps in order to tell a story to give them hope. And that fact that I have to even do that as a scientist is a sad state of affairs. So I think we need everybody's prayers, not just here but globally, for just the bad decisions and priorities that settlers have made. This is our land. This is no other Mohawk exists on the planet. This is it. This is us, and this is all we have. And we've got to fight with every fiber of our being to make sure that these things are corrected. And I can only say at this point, it's asking ancestors and hoping that they're going to continue to guide us and maybe influence people's hearts and minds to care a little bit more about their children and grandchildren than industry. That would be my hope, that they hear our prayers. Thank you.
So I don't disagree, but I will try and be positive and look for the win-win-win. It depends on today. It depends on whether the conversations that have been had today change mindsets and spur action, or whether they die as a conversation on another World Water Day. But notwithstanding the urgency, notwithstanding the barriers, notwithstanding the cost of inaction, there's a win-win-win here. There's an opportunity for leadership in Canada. There's an opportunity for Canada to be more resilient. There's an opportunity for us to build our trade, to build our international development. And as I say, win-win-win. But only if this is not just another conversation.
So what gives me hope is that initiative I talked about, because I saw mayors and chiefs sit in a room with each other and fundamentally change each other's worldviews about what they could do. And that's not easy to do. These folks have been in systems for a long time on both sides. They haven't yet solved a problem, but they're working on it, and that's the whole point. John talked about 8 years ago, people started asking for a Canada Water Agency. What gives me hope is that the Prime Minister said, okay, let's do a Canada Water Agency then. Like, that should give us hope. The problem is we need to be tenacious. This stuff isn't easy. It's incredibly complex, complicated, exhausting work. It doesn't happen overnight, and you just have to keep pushing. That's it. But when the Prime Minister said, just do it, what we need to do now is get the system to just do it. And that's where the fight is. We have to change the status quo within the systems. And so I'm hopeful we'll be able to do it.
I enjoy looking at history, and there are many lessons there. The 1600s were awful. The little ice age ravaged the world. We had terrible political leadership at the time. Plagues, droughts, floods, fires, 30 Years' War, Ming Dynasty becomes the Qing Dynasty. Half the population of some European countries were wiped out, and whole nations in North America wiped out as colonization from Europe started. It was terrible, but society also responded, humanity responded to this. That's when the Royal Society started in London. That's Galileo discovering the heliocentric view of the planets. That's the beginning of the scientific method. That's the beginning of inoculation, interestingly from China at the time. And we began to slowly start to deal with these things, to start to encapsulate ideas of human rights in response to that terrible, terrible century. And other centuries followed. Maybe the 1700s were better, depends where you were. But I do have hope. I think we're in a rotten time right now, but I also have hope that humanity will come through this. That's what we are. That's what we're about. So thank you.
My friends, I would like us to move from hope to action. We have a lot of learned people, far smarter, more knowledgeable, science-based here in this room. We now need to implement. And so I'm going to ask you a very simple question. What is going to be your legacy? What do you believe? What will you leave behind for your loved ones? For me, it's going to be water. Dedicating my life to helping all of us communicate the importance of water. And so my one ask is that you go to aquaaction.org and sign up. We just need to pull together. And I'll promise you this, our elected officials listen when we band together. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking this awesome, wise, and tenacious panel. Do you guys want to hang out with Bob for a little bit? Let's stay here.
I would love to hang out with Bob.
If you get a tricky question, you throw it over.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, as you probably know, my name is Bob Sanford. And I, too, work for Ralph Pentland. So please allow me to begin by extending the very best wishes of the United Nations to all. This has been a hard day to summarize, but it's been a remarkable day. It's a day of coming together, a day of refreshingly candid discourse, and a day of serendipitous surprises. But most of all, it's been a day of solidarity. The day opened with a generous, moving, thoughtful, and sincere acknowledgement that through mutual respect and the sharing of knowledge, we can not only manage water better, we can build a better Canada. And that was a marvelous blessing. Each day is a World Water Day. Water connects us all. Good morning indeed. The Parliamentary Secretary began by thanking Elder Commanda and the broad range of water organizations across Canada that supported this World Water Day commemoration and who support the creation of an independent Canada Water Agency. The Honourable Mr. Duguid then explained how, despite huge differences in water availability in Canada, we still hang on in this country to the myth of limitless abundance as a central element of our national identity. Terry then went on to list a huge number of water quality and security issues we now face across the country. We were then introduced to the theme of this year's World Water Day, grounded water. He outlined the challenges even here of making the invisible visible and why it was so important to do so. He then offered that the ultimate threat to our water resources and therefore to our livelihoods, health, and well-being is climate change. And he noted, too, that there is a perception in some circles that you can manage water separately from climate. I live in a province that feels that way. Not so. The climate crisis is also the water crisis. It's estimated that 90% of climate change effects will manifest themselves through the response of the global water cycle to higher temperatures. He then went through the economic costs of extreme weather events that since 2000 are estimated to have been exceeded $32 billion. Then he did something that not enough elected officials do. He explained the toll of climate disruption and what it's taking in terms of impacts on people. Because we forget that the damage it causes really affects are not just our personal possessions, but our physical and mental health. And if you've been to and worked in disaster areas, you will know this. And we saw this certainly this past fall in British Columbia. And these events represent displacement, trauma, and tragedy. And there are limits to which humans can become resilient to and respond to these things. He also noted that on this 29th annual Water Day, We need to remember that some people in Canada do not have safe, reliable access to water even now, and many First Nations continue to experience drinking water advisories. And it's shameful in a country like this that they have done so for years. For these reasons, it's imperative that we as a country commit to timely achievement of water-related sustainable development goals. And I think this is really important, and it was reinforced later also. We can commit to these goals in part because of our vast national water resources, but also because our economic dependence is so great that we can't not do this, and we have to rely on made-in-Canada innovations in water technologies. And for us to help others, that's what we must do. And what I found really interesting, that he noted that his government has committed to a new, robust Canada Water Agency, and that's important, as we see from what the panelists in this final session said. And as well, they were committed to a Freshwater Action Plan, as well as to a modernized Canada Water Act. And we have to remember that it's only by getting our house in order, and this was a theme that came up often in this, that we can help others abroad. In closing, Terry reiterated that the climate crisis is the water crisis, and how we will manage water will help us understand and react to climate change. And as such, we need to raise the profile of water, not just in our government, but as Francois said, among all people of Canada. And he challenged all of us to do our part. The federal government is committed, he said, to doing this, both here and abroad. And so let's make every day World Water Day. Shamila Nair-Bedouelle brought UNESCO greetings from Paris. I think she wanted to be in Senegal. She praised the Water Security for Canadians initiative, and she called for enhanced cooperation between UNESCO and the Government of Canada in support of the vision of World Water Day, but also the larger UNESCO programs. And she offered clear support for a Canadian Water Agency as a means of advancing our Sustainable Development Goals and the world's Sustainable Development Goals in water and sanitation by 2030. She indicated that open science globally is critical to achieving the SDGs, especially related to water. And she said that science will help make the invisible visible. She then outlined UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrologic Program and the role that Canada can participate fully in terms of cooperation on ongoing snow and ice research, which she found to be particularly critical. And if you know the work that's being done by Global Water Futures now, you'll see why. She invited Canada to step up to the world stage at the UN Water Conference in New York in 2023. Terry, I think the government ought to do that, but before they do that, we should send a Canadian delegation to Tajikistan this June, and I hope you'll be part of that. Next, we had the high-level panel of Indigenous and all-party political leaders. And Chief Debassige, I hope I pronounced her name right, she reminded us that despite colonial injustices, Indigenous people have never lost their focus on their responsibility for respecting and protecting water, no matter what. But she was really concerned that the prediction of elders is coming true. We are close to not being able to drink the water in our lakes. We are on the cusp of catastrophe and unprecedented ecological harm. And we must speak now for life that has no voice before it's too late. We need to stop bullying the earth. And it's time in this way to make the invisible visible also. We need to expose our own biases and our own deep preferences and habits. Industry and economy cannot be everything. Humanity matters. Indigenous people are not just stakeholders, they're rights holders, and their most basic rights include the right to respect and the right to be grateful for life. Aren't these rights basic to all of us? And she was followed by Elizabeth May, who in her inimitable way noted that since the 1980s, we've been dismantling effective water policy and governments in this country. And if you talk to Ralph Pentla, you'll certainly understand this. In the 1970s, for example, we had much more effective flood mapping. In the 1980s, Environment Canada scientists predicted very clearly that glacial loss was occurring so rapidly that by 2030, we'd be losing much of our ice. And I should point out, between 1920 and 2005, we lost 300 glaciers in the Mountain National Parks alone. We keep acting as if we have time. We are not going to make our carbon dioxide reductions targets as a nation by 2030. And I think it's important because we're not. And such claims are really public relations spin. And I think it's really important for us to see that as carbon dioxide and methane releases from the Arctic increase, it puts our goals increasingly out of reach. We can't even meet the SDG goals for water and sanitation in Canada by 2030 in terms of equity and in terms of universality. So let's make sure that the Canadian Water Agency we create is good and does as much as what we had and what we were able to do 30 years ago. Francis Scarpaleggia reminded us that a coherent national strategy for something as all important as water is difficult to create. We should focus on compelling issues that Canadians care about. First Nations drinking water, bulk water exports, large contamination releases. And he also pointed out, most importantly, that we tend to focus on water as being critical to our economy, but it's also critical to every aspect of our lives and to our very identity. And ground zero is climate change. What we have done is reach the limits of piecemeal approaches. A Canadian Water Agency has to transcend that. It has to be a hub for water interest. We have many problems that only cooperation can address. Canada is a water nation, and water should be a foundation also, not just of our identity, but of our foreign relations. We have the technology and the know-how to share and to show the world, but we have to recognize that ourselves first. Monique Pauzé reminded us of the global context of water governance, and she hit a real important point here. We cannot permit water to become a commodity traded on the stock market. We've looked at that very carefully, and we can only begin to tell you how dangerous that is, because then you end up with ownership of water that even the richest governments can never afford to get back. And this is a really huge threat. Water should not be included in trade agreements. And Monique then explained how Quebec managed water. The Canadian government, she said, should be careful not to impinge upon provincial jurisdiction. Laurel Collins focused on her attention on water-related crisis in British Columbia. And this is interesting because she said that something that's really important that I don't think we've really got a grasp on in terms of a lesson from what happened in British Columbia, that it's not just British Columbia that needs to change the way it manages water and thinks about climate. It's in terms of accelerating climate impacts, we all do. We all need to transcend outdated policies and practices, and the signs are everywhere. It was brought up that a warming of 40 degrees above normal in Antarctica has just been recorded in the last few days. I mean, again, what more do we need? We know that it's coming, and we need federal leadership, especially with respect to reforming the Canada Water Act. And this is not just a matter of technical matter, it's a matter of social justice. Dan Mazier is a farmer from Justice, Manitoba. I loved it. He said that there's still justice. I thought that was really good. And I find it fascinating if you spend much time in the prairies. Farmers have a very direct relationship to water. Rain makes grain, but drought hurts everyone. And he pointed out that our response to the growing water crisis is reactionary. We're going backwards, not forwards, relative to the 1980s. Our infrastructure is not designed for the climate that we have brought into existence. Manitoba proved that before what happened in British Columbia. He hopes the Canadian Water Agency can be holistic and involves all levels of government, communities, and people. We know what to do, and one of the things he pointed to is especially was ecological services. He concluded with something I have supported for years. Societies should enlist farmers and pay them to provide the ecological services we so desperately need if we want to address the climate threat. Yes, we should. And we then talked about picking one thing that we should do now. Well, perhaps accurate flood prediction, because one thing's really hard. Let's stop thinking in silos and work together. Let's stop ignoring the climate emergency. Let's recognize the crisis, the national, global crisis. Let's hold politicians and leadership accountable on a nonpartisan basis. We have to adopt the concept of all our relatives as a link to all life. And that's Indigenous wisdom that we must learn. The Water Knowledge Panel was terrific. John Pomeroy, again, you can tell from those last words that he's often Dr. Happy. He explained why there is an important moment for water in Canada, why this is, and how the Global Water Futures Program has contributed over the 6 of the 7 years of its progress to our knowledge. And he said, he didn't hold back on the climate threat. He indicated the world had warmed 1 degree, Canada 2 degrees, the Arctic 3 degrees, and he indicated that it's quite possible to have 9 to 11 degrees Celsius further warming in our Arctic. And what that's going to do to methane and CO2 releases is predictable, but unimaginable. And he indicated there's $40 billion in damage since the beginning of this century. And he clearly indicated we have to change our policies because water is the mean by which climate impacts express themselves. National coordination is absolutely necessary. We need a national agency with expanded capacity to bring the country together that will strengthen cooperative federalism. There can be no more foot dragging. We need a Canadian Water Agency now. And I wish to note, as an observer, that John warned that while Canada presently hosted the world's largest university-led water research network, as of next year, that won't exist, and the federal government and the new Canadian Water Agency needs to step up now to fill in this gap, or we're going to be going backwards again. The last thing we need now is an Avro-Arrow of water science, where we give up our leadership, not thinking that it was worth as much as it is. Dawn Martin-Hill outlined where Indigenous water frameworks can help us all deal with our water crisis. And she demonstrated that with very limited resources, that she showed that they could have leading edge capacities in training and collaboration, knowledge mobilization, new mechanisms of mapping, and co-creation of knowledge that leads to co-creation of action. And she also outlined the capacity to achieve multiple sustainable development goals simultaneously. But initiatives like hers and the one she described need support, ongoing support. And the Canadian Water Agency is critical. But that agency must have Indigenous people at the center, not at the margin. And we need to learn from their thousands of years of successfully managing and caring for water and how we structure that organization. Francois de Gaspé-Beaubien told us a family story. His children told him that water is a serious issue. He didn't believe it, but he believes it now. And in the spirit of participation, his family today launched Aqua Action with the goal of getting young Canadians to become entrepreneurs, working in service of innovation in caring for and about water. He argued that we need a strong, independent, community-oriented, business-friendly Canadian Water Agency now. Green Schuster-Wallace reminded us that water touches on all the SDGs, but particularly 3, 5, 6, and 13, and does that in a big way in those, and balances what's important if we are to deal with our current planetary crisis. It's also about equity. Different values and status impact vulnerability and our capacity for resilience. So sustainable developments must be a mandatory part of achieving true resilience. We have to get our house in order so that we can help ourselves and then we can help the rest of the world. And to show us hope, Marilyn told us a story about the status quo and how it can be changed. And she told us a story about how women became persons. Can you imagine that women were not persons? But she told us the story of that. And she told us about the final court of appeal at the time in London. Yes, women were persons on October 18th, 1929. And she talks about the legal and judicial aspects of that, where a former Chief Judge, Beverly McLaughlin, said that Canada became of age as a legal and jurisprudential force because it chose to change the status quo and to do so legally. And she asked, well, why is she sharing that with us? Because we're at a similar critical point in our evolution as a nation, and we must evolve to change, and we must evolve to survive. And she says it must be, Canadian Water Agency must be created as an institution that's fit for the job of nation building. And it means that it has to deal with two key facts. The climate crisis is a water crisis, and water crosses every political boundary, every legal boundary. And to address these extremely complicated problems, we have to collaborate. And the Canadian Water Agency can and must do this. Only Canada can do this. It's a federal responsibility. And this is how we, again, come of age in the now climate change impacted world in which we live. So my final thoughts is, well, first of all, whoa, what a morning. I thought it was quite interesting. I had this sidebar conversation with Francois. He said, well, what an important event. Imagine it's been face to face, and it's been wonderful dialogue and rich sidebar conversations that I'm sure are only just beginning. We heard from all of the political parties, and what we heard was this. We heard unanimity across party lines. We also heard about urgency and hope. And the unexpected lesson we learned was that this exercise demonstrates there's nothing in the Canadian Federalist political structure that makes the kinds of reform necessary to adapt successfully to climate change impossible. It's no longer possible to say that such levels of reform are out of the question because of legislative, legal, policy, or political objectives. And I think this should be seen as really good news. Governments don't have to be limited to playing around at the edges of critical reform. They can make real change happen. Sustainability is not an impossible goal. The powers are in appropriate hands, and the necessary policy avenues do in fact exist to make such changes in governments possible. What is needed is leadership. So the day left me with one last thought, really, with an overriding sensibility. And I think about this often. Good science involves not just the sharing of knowledge about the world. It is a candle we light when we want to see and be warmed by the truth. But as we've seen, and today certainly demonstrates, scientific knowledge alone will not get us through the bottleneck in which we presently find ourselves in the human journey. More than at any time in history, we need to braid together all of humanity's ways of knowing and caring. We need to bring Indigenous and local wisdom as well as scientific knowledge to bear on the challenge of ensuring sustainable human presence on this planet, a presence that depends utterly on water. But as Marilyn pointed out in her last remarks, I mean, this is only where we start. And I thought Francois' point about we drink the equivalent of 50 credit cards in the form of microplastics each year. So what we're talking about today, huge though it may sound like, is really only the tip of the iceberg. We face a national emergency. We need to end this heartbreaking and needless war. We need to get on top of the COVID crisis, and we need to get on top of the climate change issue before it gets away on us. And as the panelists concluded, there is hope. We must do the hard work of hope, the hard work that hope demands so that we can go, as Francois said, from hope to meaningful action that reinforces hope. Finally, today it was clear that this is a transformational moment, not just for the Canadian Water Agency, but for Canada and for the future of all Canadians. Let us seize this moment now. Thank you very much.
Everybody, that concludes our event. We invite you to stick around and mingle, and we will be sending out a recording of the event in French and English via email. Happy World Water Day.